All my stuff says you have sound. I don't know why you wouldn't have sound. Let's go with this. Into this. Yeah, I would attack and trade that. Alright. Maybe I was supposed to Legion Extruder there. Because that seems kind of important. I probably should have just extruded. I think I got too excited doing other things. We definitely should have Legion Extruded, actually. Thinking about what we have now. I think that's the issue. Because I could have kept two extra creatures off the battlefield here. So that was a little silly on my part. Alright, we can do this. Get rid of their robots. We can... We only have access to 2 more mana. Probably have to get rid of Chrome Dome, actually. A little tough, but probably correct. And this is till the next... end of our next turn, right? Probably still not worth it. Alright, let's go ahead and target this. Sack one of these. Another Percussionist. Still just have 4 mana next turn. I guess that's fine. It's not the worst thing here. I mean, it gets more duders. Alright. Oh, they're taking some damage. So they have plans here. Alright, I mean, I'm your Huckleberry. What's getting sneaked in here? Nothing? Huh. Well, we know what's on top. So just going to be a Percussionist. Maybe we'll find a land, though. We did not find a land. So we still just have 4 mana. I mean, I guess we go ahead with this. Because otherwise we're just going to lose it. I don't really care about getting rid of that 1/1. We'd rather do this. Percussionist has haste. Why is it not giving me the option? Oh, okay. We weren't there yet. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, something was up. That's what I was like. I'm not getting in there with those robots. Like, something didn't seem right. They'd have been able to bounce something and block our robots. Like, yeah, sometimes you just know. Yeah, sure. We can live with that. That is a fair trade as far as we are concerned. Alright. We will be... Oh, never mind. I was going to say using these resources to get rid of the Pinnacle Emissary, but probably don't have to now. Yeah, we'll play robots. We'll play Percussionists. We will play this. Bargain. Target this. Obviously. And we'll just tap this because we're going to sacrifice it anyway. Another Ravenous Robots. Okay. Do we even care about Moonshadow here? I guess so. It's fine. It's not particularly good or bad. It just kind of is. Attack with those. We'll probably sacrifice. Oh, no, you have to pay to sacrifice, right? No, we just tap it and sacrifice. I mean, we fortunately managed to deal with all the stuff the opponent was doing. So all of their mana generators we have gotten rid of. And now we could get rid of flyers. Yeah, that's why we're worried about the flyers. But we have to take some of that, so sure. Sack one of these knuckleheads. Draw. Okay, finally, another land. I was like, when is the other land going to show up? Let's go ahead and Moonshadow. Robots. Get rid of one of the flyers. Tapping one of these. Get us more duders. Alright. Try to take some of those out of the equation. Attack, attack, attack. Alright. Next turn, we should be in much better shape here. Dowsing device. Ooh. Oof. Alright. That's a thing. I mean, still can't block with the Technodrome yet, so might as well. Put me down to 6. That's a real number. Alright. Okay, well, that's also nice. Wow, this is a lot of extra robots here, actually. This is a little bit excessive. Not even a little bit. This is a lot excessive. Get rid of that. Yeah. Attack? With those. This. That's probably it. And then we can just try to go for it next turn. Oh, I guess I could have given all the 1/1s haste and attacked with everything. Totally forgot that was an option on the robots. It's all good, though. We at least can't get attacked by anything that scares us here, because we can make Technodrome big enough. Yep. GG's. Psycho dude. We also could grow the Moon Shadow if we really felt like it, but this is fine. Alright, just attack with everybody. That's way more than enough. Alright, cool. Managed to work that out. That was nice. Weird. King, did you try refreshing? You're on Twitch. If you refresh, there's a whole new stream. Actually, he can't even see or hear me. Somebody needs to tell him. Maybe I can just put it in the chat. He'll see it. Let me just do that. That'll probably solve the problems. Give me one quick second here, actually. What if... let me bring this up. See if I can get a message to where he can see it. That's not going to solve the problem of what I'm trying to do here. Let's see. Open in a new window. There we go. All right. Maybe now I can get to him. Try refreshing if you're on Twitch. There we go. Well, the message elite posted on Twitch, so there's that. Okay, so I think we got back to where we were. I don't know what happened. There's a weird technological, short thing, and that kind of messed stuff up for a second. So I apologize for those who had to sit through that. But we got back on our groove, and things are working, so won't complain about it too much. Just got to punch through. That's kind of the life of a creator. There's always going to be something, the way I see it. Just one of the jobs. Anytime you deal with technology, whether you're a DJ, somebody who sets up special events or whatever. Matter of fact, I remember a time we were just talking about this over the weekend. One of the teams that produces our arena championship stuff, they were at a live event, and they had to rewire all of the audio cabling because they couldn't figure out where the sound issue was coming from that was causing issues. So they had to spend the late evenings or whatever just disassembling everything and rerunning all the cable to make sure it worked. And they found it, and it worked, but things happen, man. Technology has a mind of its own sometimes. Anyway, I think this Rakdos Sacrifice deck might have a little bit of something. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Anakin's dad. We've played against Anakin's dad a couple of times today. Who? We go first? Sure. I don't know what we're going to play on turn 2, though. I guess it depends. If it looks like we're going to need to play a removal spell, obviously we play Extruder. If not, we probably just go with Pursuit and see what we can do. And then figure out how we're going to sacrifice enough things in a turn to make it worthwhile. Alright, they didn't do anything there, so that's kind of nice. I mean, are we supposed to just play Technodrome? I mean, that feels like it'd be... And they're not going to get rid of that with just one red or one blue. I mean, I guess they could have Spell Snare. But that would have stopped anything we did this turn, so... Meh. Alright. I was going to say, if it was Spell Snare, we were going to lose whatever we played this turn anyway, so I wasn't going to worry about that. Okay, there's a Duder. Problem is, we did not get a third land, and we really, really needed a third land. Alright. Question is, do I just sacrifice this and hope there's a land on top? I think we do. And then just try to get 2 plays this turn. Oh no! And we got our Phantom Train with no mana. Are you serious? Oh, that's the worst. Yeah, we're pretty much dead here. God, this is going to be brutal. Yeah, there's really nothing we can do about it. I mean, we're just kind of stuck. Yeah, and we have to take damage here even. Ah, boy. I think we still have to dig, though. We're kind of up against it, so got to do what we got to do. Go ahead and attack. I mean, we're going to sack it anyway, so whatever. And then, well, we got a land already, so might as well wait to sack it during their end step. Not that it matters. We only get the card till the end of our next turn, but maybe we find a removal spell for this guy. Fear of missing out? Yep. So they're going to get multiple draws and discards here. Golly, if we would have had lands, we'd have been okay. Sucks that this is how we're going to die. There's nothing we can do about it. I mean, we just die next turn anyway now. Yep. 'Tis what it is. We can't block, unfortunately, because we don't have enough. Sack this. And there's a land, but this might be too little too late. Yeah, just not going to cut it. Yep, alright. GG's. Man, that sucked. We didn't get to do anything that game. No, Moonshadow's totally fine. We have Technodrome. We have the artifact that we can sacrifice artifacts, make 3/3s. We have the mono black thing that gives -2/-2 that we can surveil with. Like, we have a bunch of stuff we can sacrifice. We have like 4 or 5 things that go to the graveyard on their own, and that's not counting creatures that actually block and die. All right. Hello, Panthro. How's it going? Old school DGs. That is the fun thing, that when you have old emotes, even if they go out of cycle with the actual creators or whatever, like you still just have them in your account. Like you've earned them one way or the other, so you just get to keep them. I think that's kind of fun. Yeah, I wish I knew what happened there. I don't really have a good explanation earlier. It just sort of happened. Just renewed your subscription. Well, thank you. Let's keep it. We have 2 early removal spells, so we'll see if those matter. There's a Spyglass Iron, so maybe it does. Just gonna pass here. We could play Moonshadow, but it doesn't have any real value currently. And then here comes something. It's getting sneaked onto the battlefield. Oh, we're doing this. Come on, people. We're really playing Mill in an early access thing. I hate humans sometimes. Like, why are we even bothering? Like, come on, man. I mean, I'm going to play the game out, but that stuff makes me just want to just like, what are we doing? Just let me concede and let's move on. That's not fun for anybody to watch. There's no interaction. Like, come on. And what else? All right. I'm going to give them the GGs. Cool. We're not even going to sit through it and just let them mill us. That's just dumb. That's not even fun to play, y'all. And the reality is, we have yet to have any mill decks actually be good in standard. So they're only really excelling in early access. And then once we get to regular standard, unless you're just playing a control deck that happens to mill, like they don't really do anything. No, it's not going to get banned. I really don't think it's going to get banned. It's the same way we had like Tashana's Hideous Laughter and all this other stuff that like mills 20 or mills half your library. We always have a version of it. Because even there, if I'm playing a deck I would normally play in standard, then I probably have some amount of like artifact removal or whatever, and then we're just playing a regular game of Magic from there, right? They shot their wad, milled us 30 cards or whatever. Now we're just playing Magic. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not like it's not beatable. We've run into various things like that before, and they weren't great. So, wouldn't expect to see those be super exceptional. Which is the bigger reason problem I have with that stuff in early access is people purposely aren't building to beat that stuff. So you're doing things that aren't fun for really your community, but also for the opposing community to get any footage for their videos. And it's a thing that's probably not going to be standard relevant after the fact, right? So... But it does show off a new card. People get to see it in action, so there's that, right? Everybody's welcome to play what they want to play. They're not breaking the rules, so, you know, more power to them. I just wouldn't do it for y'all. People always ask, and I think I talked about this earlier, right? They would want me to play a mill deck. They want me to play a control deck. It's like, that's just not good for the opposing person's content. I'm trying to be respectable to the other audiences, so they also get fun and interaction and get to see more cards, you know? Yeah, I wouldn't even call that a combo. It's just playing cards. You know what I mean? Like, let's keep this. We have double Moonshadow. All right, let's just do it anyway. Moonshadow incoming. I don't have anything I can sacrifice yet, but 'tis fine. Well, I guess we're gonna have to get rid of a Leonardo. So. Sorry, buddy. We can't let you sit there. All right. Whoo, boy. All right. That's a real card. That is most definitely a thing that happened. Wow. All right. Let's do this. Play this. Tap for red? I guess we're tapping this? I don't think it really matters. Alright. I mean, we could have attacked with the Moon Shadows, but I'm kind of curious what's going to happen here. Yeah, I think I've only played Skirmish Rhino in 2 or 3 decks in the last year, so I have no idea what's happening right now. This is cool. I mean, I still blocked, but... I mean, I knew it was going to trample, but it keeps them from using anything like any sneak stuff, which they did have in hand. So, good call there, I guess. All right, we are already at 11, though. That is something to note. We could sacrifice the Foundry to target something. Dang, this is actually kind of a tough choice. I mean, if we sacrifice the Foundry, we deal 3 to, say, like, Leonardo. I guess we could block Leonardo, though. It sucks, but I don't think it's worth it to play the robots here. I think we have to pass. Because I think I want to get rid of the flyer. I want to block Leonardo, block Rhino, shoot the flyer. I think is the game plan here. It's not great, but, you know, it's something. Alright, they're not even putting Leonardo in harm's way here. So that's another interesting note. Oh, I should have done this first. I just realized, because once I declare blockers, we lose the opportunity. I needed to shoot first. I wasn't even thinking. We might have just screwed this up. Yeah, I messed up. That's on me. I should have shot that first, and then, yeah. That's exactly it. Alright, I guess we'll go ahead and just blow up the Rhino then. But yeah, that was avoidable. That's totally on me. I knew the play I wanted, I just did it in the wrong order. So now I'm taking 5 for no good reason. Maybe more if they have another... No. Alright, cool. Alright, down to 5. Ugh, that is not what we wanted. That is very, very bad. Alright, I'm just going to take the damage. I messed up twice this game. I don't deserve to win this. If we lose, we lose, and it's my own fault. I could have prevented so many things from happening, but... ah, well. And Phantom Train just a little bit late. Alright, I'm just going to give him the GGs. No blocks. Just let your stuff hit me. I messed that up. I'm not blaming that one on the deck. That's my fault. How's my board state? I don't know. You just saw it. Big Apple, 10:34 Eastern AM PM. What does that mean? Is this just a bot just randomly spouting? Andrew Connor, what's even going on there? All right, well, we're going to hop over and deal with this because that's a mess. Don't need you just... What are we doing, buddy? Yeah. Hold that thought, please. Do. let's... All right. Somebody's just going in timeout for 24 hours. That solves that problem. Like, come on, man. What are we doing? Trying to ruin all the fun? What are we doing? Okay. What are we doing with this, though? We're going to mulligan. All right, let's keep it. All right, colorless mana, turn 1. That's some good. We're just going to take some damage. Run this out there. Shared roots. Oh, they're doing what we were doing earlier. Ramping up with some silliness. Love to see it, though. Let's go... Probably just Mouser here with this hand. Set looks better than expected. The set was always fine. The only people griping about the set were people that just didn't want Ninja Turtles in their Magic, but the set itself was never... I said from the beginning, if you were saying the set is trash or has bad cards or whatever, you're being disingenuous. Right? I don't feel bad saying that. I think that's true. Is there anything good we can do here? Like, I don't think so. I think we're just gonna get Smuggler surprised and die. Alright. Acquiting Hex. Okay, here it is. How bad is it? Okay, there wasn't a Smuggler surprise, so there's that, at least. Sure. Try some robots. 7 mana, make a bigs. Oh, here it comes. Find another Raph and Mikey, please. Nope, that is definitely not a Raph and Mikey. I can prevent one to not die. That's pretty much all we can do. Yeah, we played a version of that deck already. It's actually a lot of fun. Alright, GG's. We pretty much had the nothing burger of a start there. Other IPs, Magic is... We're not even debating that right now. We're not even getting into that in the chat. We're here. We're going to get the cards. We already know what's coming. Making a discussion out of it is not going to solve anything. Alright? If people don't like it, go write letters to Wizards. Don't come up the chat with it. You were just listening to your non-TMNT loving friends and they expected it to be like Spider-Man. Here's the thing. And we did talk about this before. So I will address this. Anybody who expects Universes Beyond to be like Spider-Man, they're not making a genuine argument or they're ignoring facts. Because Spider-Man, literally, from the beginning to the time it was released, was not what it was intended to be. We had Wizards state it every which way possible, right? They changed the pack size. They had to go back and make more cards. It was going to end up being standard legal when it wasn't initially. Like, the set size had to change. And, like, there was the artwork on Arena that had to be... Like, there were so many things, right? That's not a thing that was going to be an issue with Ninja Turtles. It hadn't been a thing with Avatar or with Final Fantasy or Lord of the Rings or Warhammer. Like, it was literally only Spider-Man. So we have no reason to expect it to be a problem with anything else, right? It was a one-off thing. And we already know they've got whatever it is, The Hobbit and whatever, superheroes and other stuff playing for the year already that are going to be fine. So, yeah, we'll be all right. We go first. I have a Springleaf Drum that can't do anything. We do have some removal. All right. Sure. I guess I'll play Springleaf Drum. Okay, we can often opposing... actually, I'm just realizing if I do this and this, I can get another 1/1 next turn. And if I just... Nah, I just want to be efficient with my spells. I think this is fine. Could have also played the Foundry, made a 1/1. I don't know. There were some ways we could have approached it. Alright, play this. Play this on red? We're just going to take a bunch of damage here. Why not? Alright. We now have artifacts that can maybe sort of do things. Cool but rude with nothing out there? Okay, that's nice. We are doing damage to ourselves, though, which is a bit of a problem. I have to sack 3 things, though, right? To this. To get any value, so that won't do it. Alright. Let's just attack. Let's play this. We'll just shoot the opponent, I think, and then we'll draw a card. In the turn. Maybe don't even draw a card. Maybe just make a 3/3 here. And just try to create a racing situation as best we can. Might be our real out here. Oh, that's not good. Alright. Sack this. Ooh boy, how low are we willing to go? Because we can sack 1, 2, and make a 3/3. Okay, if we do, we get some life back though, right? So that's probably worth it. Pay 2. Sack, draw a card. That's not bad. Sack, draw a card. Sacrifice. Tap this one. Sack the bauble. Because like this we can still get damage out of later. Attack. Get some life back. Alright, we're in good shape. At least for a turn. We'll figure out the rest when we get there. Click a bunch on that pizza and eat it. I wonder if it reappears. It probably does. Is that like the only clickable thing? Oh no, we can eat all the pizza in the corner. That's funny. There's 3 pieces of pizza we can eat. That's fun. Alright, opponent's digging. Alright, down to 17. Monument. Okay, we're in good shape then. Can we sack 3 things? We can't, actually. I don't think we need to, though. We're fine. Sack and draw. I mean, guess we could play this. Doesn't really achieve much. Other than putting 2 counters on something, actually. Alright, that'll do it. Okay, nice. Somebody said there's a slice on the couch. I got one there. There's one here in this. Oh, I see the one behind me. You can get that slice too. Okay. Technically, there's one behind the opponent, but I don't think there's a way you can click on that without. Oh, you can. If you're real crafty, you can click on it without putting a stop there. Can't do anything to the magic cards that are on their deal. All right, cool. They at least did a little bit with this board, and the music's cool. So Marvel Superheroes... No, it is going to have Omen Paths, but it's not going to have the problems that Spider-Man had, right? What we're saying is start to finish, it gets to have the full flavor and work put into it. The same way that Lord of the Rings did, the same way that Final Fantasy did, the same way that Doctor Who, Fallout, Warhammer, whatever all did, right? Because that was the issue with Spider-Man. It ended up having to change what it was intended to be so that it can meet all the new requirements in the middle of development. All of the other sets so far were literally the same as, like, they had a plan from day one, and they went all the way to be the same thing at the end, right? We are going to get Omen Pass for the superhero set, but that's apparently just part of the agreement with Disney because Disney is Disney. Which honestly, I imagine probably comes down to a longevity thing that they probably would need the rights in perpetuity to keep it on Arena, and they weren't going to allow that unless you were going to pay them for it. This is me speculating, just understanding because I've dealt with companies that have had other deals with franchises like that. And if you weren't willing to pay the price, it was probably either going to be pay us some crazy sum of money so you can have it in perpetuity. Who knows? It could have been a made up. I'm just making up a number. They could have said like 100 million or something, right? Or you pay us 15 million now, 20 million now to use the license, but you also have to pay us, let's say, $1 million per year, 5 million, whatever it is. And if you're Wizards, when you're not able to make any more money off of it, because once it's done and it's no longer, like, let's say we get 2 years down the road, people aren't buying that many packs of superheroes, right? Some number of new players would, but the number would be very small by comparison. So you're not going to pay them million plus a year or even $5 million a year for a thing that's just going to generate maybe $1 million in those packs because people are going to be buying new stuff, right? They might craft some stuff they might need, but they're not going to be doing it. And then once it's not standard legal at all, like, then what do you do? Because then we'd have the regular cards. They discontinue the license with Disney/Marvel. And then they'd be like, well, we're going to replace those with Omen Pass. And then that would feel worse, right? Because now you've gotten used to playing with your Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, whatever. And now they're going to have Omen Pass counterparts. So it just makes more sense that if you're going to end up there, you might as well just do it. I'd rather there just be superheroes in Arena. But I understand business and Disney and whatever. And it just wasn't going to be a thing. Which is sad, honestly. I think it would have been cool. But anyway, let's talk about this deck. Yeah. All right. Let me make this more visually usable for people. So you can see all the things. And then... All right. Couple of quick notes on this one. I like what this is here for, to be able to draw cards and whatever, but we're already losing a bit of life, kind of setting up from all of our pain lands, and I don't know if it's worth it to lose, especially since we're also playing the Obsessive Pursuit. But between that and Technodrome are like your main ways to draw cards, but we're also able to make clues off of this. So I think if I were to play this in a version of like a future build, I would probably play it similar to the way we had it, where you could play, and we talked about this in the beginning, right? The weapons manufacturing. So you could play that and also play like Rotten Mouth Viper, because now you're able to make way more dudes between like the Ravenous Robots and the Mouser Foundry. There's a lot of times we have like 6 artifacts or we're just hanging out, right? So that would be a good card to play there. You could play more trains. You could go up a land to make it a little easier to cast everything. So that's probably what it would look like for me. I don't even know if we really need Springleaf Drum at that point. But I think we could cut Technodrome. You could cut the draft. Maybe not Springleaf Drum because it actually is useful. Go up another Legion Extruder. And then, like I said, play some number of weapons manufacturings and the Ravenous, or not Ravenous, the Viper. And that's probably where I would go. I think that makes way more sense. I think Technodrome is a neat card. However, it is slow against a lot of things. Like, while it is nice to draw, like if you're up against something with Badger Moles and Ouroboros, or even just mono red or whatever, like you just need to block sometimes. And there are a lot of turns where you're going to be like, all right, I got a Springleaf Drum into a Technodrome, and then I'm still holding all these things. It's like, when do I get Technodrome down and want to actually play it? Like, I'm trying to get a Foundry or a Mouser or whatever to get those bodies. And then even when I get the Technodrome, it doesn't have haste or anything, so you can't do anything with it for a full turn, right? You're taking a turn off to play this 2-mana thing that can attack or block. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a bad card. I think it is still viable. But it might be better in a build where you have like Chrome Dome or some of these other cards that are pumping up your creatures already. So then you only have to sacrifice like one thing, maybe 2, and then you already have a 6/6 creature, or at least a 6 power creature that you can actually battle with. Right here, it could take us a long time to get this to 6 power Because our only real way to do it is sacrificing stuff, or at some point getting it to attack. But if it's already attacking, it's already above 6, and this isn't that big of a bonus. So that's why I could see removing it and playing other things in this list, just to get cards that are more viable. I think just more regular. Because like I said, the Viper and the weapons manufacturing, you would still could play other ways to sacrifice stuff, because we still have the towers, we still have the extruders, we still have the trains. So you could still make those do stuff. Like, just a thought. But anyway, link's going to be over on Moxfield if you want to try it. It was still fun as is, but we do have other lists like this on the channel, so feel free to check it out. But that's all I have for you for now. We'll see you next time. And I will make a note that we already did the Rakdos sacrifice as well. So we still need to do 1 or 2 more, and chat, maybe we can make something live. Marvel wasn't Disney's 20-year. Same with Star Wars. They are control freaks. Yeah, pretty much every big brand is. I did some work with Comic Images years ago, and I will tell you, I got to do some early work on a Godzilla trading card game that didn't come out because of control issues with the company that owns the Godzilla brand. So that was a real thing. And literally, like, to the point that if we wanted to just move a piece of art, like, they've already approved the art, but if we wanted to put it on a different card, they had to approve that. So literally, if you wanted to do stuff, you'd want to submit like 20 things at once that you wanted to do, or change the wording on cards or whatever, and then they had to approve it. Now, they might be more lenient now. I'm talking about a thing that happened 22 years ago, maybe? Something like that. I say that. That would have been, let's see, if we go back to 06, it would have been around that time, actually, 05. So maybe 21 years ago. But long time ago. So they may have changed a little bit, but I have had my experiences with branding, and they can be very controlling unless you want to fork over a bigger amount of dollars, right? Because in their mind, they're giving up control for something that could potentially, I guess, in their mind, like, not be the perfect fit for the brand or damage the brand or whatever. But if the money's big enough, then they don't care, right? Because you're making up for any potential losses or whatever. But I get it, right? The Marvel brand is one of the biggest things on the planet. They can charge whatever the hell they want. Like, let's be honest. When it comes to Marvel, Star Wars, Pokemon / Nintendo, whatever, like, they could literally name their price. Those are some of the biggest brands on the planet in the nerd space. So, kind of just tough situation. Is it artifacts with Donatello technique? Don't have one built. I don't have any Donatello decks, actually. Mostly because I think they would take more time and they'd just be too clunky on early access. I need more time to look at more cards. Disney's become way too powerful for its own good in the entertainment business world. All the brands have. All the networks, all the whatever. I don't think it's a Disney problem. I think it's an American, I don't know, capitalist problem. We let too many companies monopolize too many things. Like, a good one is a lot of these brands you shop around and you think they're independent brands, where you're talking about beauty brands or beers or whatever. Go look up the parent company for a lot of the brands you use, and unless you're buying them through like an independent website or like Etsy or whatever, there's a chance it's owned by one of the big companies. Even like a microbrewery, like Anheuser-Busch owns like 100 brands. Like, so that's just the state of things in America at this point. Okay, so we're all done with this deck. And what else were we looking at? Oh, there was a couple of Boros decks we had that were kind of cool, that I wanted to play one of them. Let me see which one has more new cards in it. Because there is robots? How many do we have in here with the robots? We have Improvised Arsenal. This might just have Arsenal and... No, it has Ravenous Robots and Mechanized Cavalry. Oh, and we play Chrome Dome in here. All right, so this one has a lot of new cards. All right, so we could play that one with the robots, or we could play this... What does the Hyper Tokens have? We just have Ronin and Wingnuts, really. So I guess the deal is, if you want to see Wingnut get played, we could play the tokens list. If you want to see just probably a regular deck that will be showing up later, we can play the Boros Robots list. So I'm going to leave that to y'all. Do you want to see robots or do you want to see Wingnut? And then we'll play the one that y'all pick. But yeah, no Donatello list currently built. Maybe that's something we work on after this or after the next deck, because I want to get enough deck footage that we can use for videos. But then after that, maybe we build something with the chat. You get a choice. Y'all got to choose, because I can't promise you how long I'm going to be on or not. So which one do you want to see first? Not to say we won't play both, but we're picking what we're going to play right now. Looks like robots is getting the vote. Both doesn't count, so I'm counting just the robot votes. Mostly because if I counted the both, it's just a tie anyway, and we're still back to robots leading. All right, it looks like people were more eager for robots, so that's what's coming in. We're going to go that route first. First off, though, let me do this. Let me clean this up a little bit for visual purposes, so people can see what's going on. Which, by the way, I only do vertical view because enough people asked about it, but like, I actually hate deck building in vertical view. I never use it. Only use it because y'all want to see it. Which is fine, you know, if that's... But here's a... Let me say this. One of the silly things I've heard is people, like, granted, it was only like 2 people, but they complained because without vertical view, they can't see the mana curve of the deck. And it's like, some decks don't really have a mana curve. Like the one we played earlier, like the Smuggler Surprise decks are just like, here's some little mana guys, here's a big casting cost pile of things. There's not really a curve to those decks, right? Not every deck. Hell, this deck doesn't have one. It's just 1s and 2s. You know, that's the deck, right? It's not a curve. It's just 1s and 2s. That's it. You know, and that's fine. That's all it has to be. So thinking every deck has to have a mana curve is a little bit silly. A lot of them do, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of decks that don't and are still very good. A lot of mono red decks don't really have much of one. Power Dragon and SBMGD are the GOATs. I'm glad somebody thinks so. I think there's some people I put way above me as far as creator content, even in the Magic space, but I appreciate the sentiment. All right, what's up, Dragon Brood? It was inevitable. We were going to have to try. We're going to play a bunch of robots today and see if we can make this work. And boy, there's a lot of new cards that are going to be pretty sweet in here. Starting with Nesting Bot, because it's already a robot, and it makes us another creature when it dies, so we love that. Novice Inspector can get us some clues, but it is an artifact that does work. We have Clockwork Percussionist, which has haste, which is important. We'll talk about this here in a second. Same thing with Ginger Brute. Having something that's unblockable could be very good. We do have Spring Leaf Drum, and since we're playing light on mana and very small cost, this could be very good in here. Chainsaw to get rid of something, obviously 3 damage, and it gets bigger. Between that and Improvised Arsenal, you can see how having stuff with haste or something that's unblockable could be very good, getting bigger for each artifact we control. And then we have Legion Extruder, another way to get rid of stuff and sacrifice things to get 3/3s. Ravenous Robots, because damn near everything in the list is our artifacts, so we're going to get a bunch of extra robots. Arabella, though, happens to also be an artifact, so kind of works with everything in the deck and can drain our opponent's life total. And Mechanized Ninja Cavalry. When it enters the battlefield, we get an additional 1/1, so we get a 2-for-1, which is nice. And then Chrome Dome just says all other artifact creatures we control get +1/+0, so it just makes all these bodies we have just worth a little bit more. And if we somehow have mana left over, we can copy stuff and then sacrifice and all that good stuff. So really fun things going on here. This is all about going full speed and we get there or we don't. You know what I mean? Not any surprises here. It's just a matter of, can we overrun our opponent? And yes, this deck is going to be susceptible to something like Star Cage or whatever that gets rid of stuff 2 or less, but that's just a risk you're taking here. But quick bit of business. If you're going to buy some cards, go check out our friends over at Tales of Adventure. It's toamagic.com, mostly because you can save 5% while you're shopping if you use my code DRAGON. That's DRAGN. Save some money, support the channel, you know the drill. All right. All that being said, let's go see if we can truly overrun our opponents with all these robots. Yeah, there's definitely no brakes on this one. We're giving it the Jacob Fatu. Yeah, I think the same thing for me, Panther. Vertical view works because I can see more cards at once, right? Where I'm trying to look at a bunch of cards, I can just go through a bunch at once, other than like the 4 across. I can see 8 across, right? And that's a big deal for me. Well, we generally want at least 2 mana. I don't think we can keep this since we can only play 1. If we even had more 1 mana things, I think we could keep it. But that's... Yeah, mulligan. All right, well, I guess this is where we are. Let's get rid of a nesting bot. I kind of want to keep mechanized cavalry, but... because we at least get 2 guys. If they just kill our ravenous robot, we're losing some value, but that's okay. Not much we can do. Got a bad hand, got to make the most of it. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, you're just going about this a different way. Yes, I'm definitely blocking that. Our hand's already questionable. All right. No attacks, actually. If they have another hasty thing, I think I do want to block here. Because we're going to be behind already. Can't block if they had an artifact into the battlefield. There must be a version of this already, because I've seen a couple of people playing it, running around. If we Chrome Dome... I think we do this first, and just say, like, do you have a removal for this next turn? Because I don't know that... I'll attack with this guy. I mean, you're not blocking in there. That's a terrible trade for them. If there's removal, they're probably getting rid of Arabella here, and that's fine. If not, I mean, I guess we're okay with that. Okay, that's not the worst. That could have definitely been way worse. Yep, might as well station. That's fun, but we're going here. We're going to try to start getting all the damage in. Alright, opponent goes down to 9. Though I do like playing the Foundry, the Warmaker Gunship. I think this is actually a fun card. We've played it in 2 different lists, I think. Arabella might be about to eat another one, though. Maybe? Maybe? Not taking damage from a land. Probably good here. Oh, they're just stationing? Station and nothing. Ooh, boy. Try to go for Ravenous Robots? Make a token? I think they're just waiting to get rid of Arabella, I think is what's going on here. Yeah, that makes sense. Not too mad at that. That makes a lot of sense here. Can I not tap this for... I wanted to tap this to give tokens haste. Why can I not? Oh, I guess it wouldn't matter. Never mind. Alright. Okay. My opponent's at 4. Let's see what happens. Only difference there is I could have tapped this for the Chrome Dome for red, but I couldn't activate this anyway. It has Summoning Sickness. Alright, think we're in good shape. Because they can block 2 big things and then take minimum of 5 here. Yeah, activating Gunship while we're at 22 is fine. Yeah, we're just going to play this and attack. No reason to get too crafty here. Yep. Alright, cool. By the way, had to say, your decks have helped me climb past Plat for the first time on the ladder this season. Appreciate the content. Awesome. I'm glad it's working out for people. One of the toughest things is when we're playing a bunch of lesser known cards, it's going to be a lot easier for people to play those types of decks and make mistakes because you have to play tighter or you're playing weird combinations of stuff to make things work. So that's why sometimes I tell people when you see content from creators, some of it is just for entertainment, not one that you should necessarily build. But I'm glad the ones you have built have worked out for you. We are going first here. We're definitely going to keep it. I'm just trying to... I think we just percussionist, then next turn Springleaf Drum into robots. I think. Unless there's like a Llanowar Elf or something, I guess we have to get rid of. Oh, you are an interesting card, though. I think we still do this. Oh, dang it. I needed to play this first. I even said it and didn't do it. Oh, well, I deserve that. I guess it's all going to work out in the wash in the end anyway. Play this. Nope, that won't work. All right, let's go with this. Extruder. Yep. Oh, that's it? What bat? Like, come on. Like, what do you keep? What hand are you keeping that this was your whole game plan? And then if it's gone, you're just scooping to 4 power worth of creatures. That's okay. All right. Like, come on. What are we doing? Pinnacle Emissary, it's hybrid. Yeah. I mean, the problem is I could see a lot of situations where we're going to Emissary for the warp cost and then not actually do much with it after that. But you could play it, though. I think there's a million cards you can play in this list. So one of the things I do genuinely like about a large standard, really 2 things. One is that it leaves us a lot of options, right? So even when you see the same deck, you're not seeing always the same cards, which I think is very good. The other thing is that you can still get surprised by things, right? When we only had like the 2-year standard and the 8 sets or whatever it was always easier to go like, well, I know what cards this opponent's playing and you can play it. Now it's kind of like, oh, this is fun because they could play anything, you know? Okay. Let's keep this. Ooh, almost hit mulligan. What was I doing? That hand wanted to drift for some reason. All right. Well, Arabella, let's see if it's your time to shine. Shared roots. Okay. Then we will play this for sure. I think we're just juicing up Arabella here. I guess it doesn't matter, really. Let's do this. Because Arabella's probably got a target on her as it is. And we'd rather just save the mana. Because next turn we could Novice Inspector, Arsenal, and then still put that over on another creature. Yep, that's what I thought. Arabella had a target on her already. Not a surprise. Let's get this down. Let's go Improvised Arsenal. Put that over here. And let's get in for a 9 ball. All right, Improvised Arsenal getting work done, I guess. All right, cool. I mean, credit so far. The deck's found different ways to win, which is cool, I guess. But yeah, that time we're just like, yeah, whatever. We got 2 arsenals. Just get in there. +4 is a lot, right? And even if something happened, the next turn we could at least play Percussionist, move 1 over, and still attack for, what would that be? 1, 2, 3. The token left over from that is 4, 5. So still would have been 6 damage, which is still worth it. Yeah, it's doing what it needs to do. I mean, Improvised Arsenal's a real card, y'all. It might even be on our underrated cards list when that video comes out tomorrow. So yeah, if you are following me on any platform, whether that's Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, you should be following me on YouTube because there's a lot of Ninja Turtles related content with overrated, underrated cards, crafting guides, single card strategies, a bunch of stuff that's going to be coming out over the next few days. Ooh, we don't have white mana, but I'm going to keep it. We can play 3 cards and one of them's a removal spell. I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit here. All right, we got another playable card. Not necessarily a good card, but I would trade this for the opponent's elf. Deep Cavern Bat. No! Oh, we're going to get appropriately punished. Yep, that's what should happen. Oh, I should have known better. I should have known better. All right, let me see. If we play this, we get more value out of the Chrome Dome next turn, right? So maybe that's the way we go. I'm going to play this just in case we draw a white land. I mean, they get to know our hand. That's fine. But just in case, and we want, for some reason, we want to play the both of them, we can. Oh, they're reading our chainsaw. I don't know what that means. Like, I know this was a removal spell. Let me make sure what I have under here. Sort of what that felt like. But I've done that before, too. Of like, I remember this gets rid of stuff. What's the other part of that? Okay, that was good. That was good. By not playing the Chrome Dome, we didn't lose extra value there. So that's good. Now, granted, they also know we have the Chrome Dome, so this turn probably still doesn't go great for us, but, you know, what are we going to do about it? Still can only do what we can do. All right. Cool. Very interesting that they got rid of a token. That feels like they aren't confident that they could get rid of stuff here either. So I'm going to put this on the thing that if it dies, we get value anyway. And just play this because it's a bonus artifact. And then attack. Probably not with Novice Inspector, huh? Yeah, probably just those. Started to get in there with the Inspector, and it's like, you know, I probably should have put that improvised weapon on the Inspector. That would have been smarter. Okay, that's fine. We'll get another clue. I'm a little concerned that the opponent's not doing much here. Like, we're getting set up. Yeah, alright. Attack. Leave back the Chrome Dome, I believe. Alright. Improvised weapon just makes everything so big. I'm not even going to pay to move it. I think I want to draw a card instead. Because whatever big thing they're going to do probably wrecks us here anyway. Nothing? Nobody big goofy sneak or anything? What's happening right now? Oh, are we going to get Smuggler Surprise for something ugly? I mean, I could see that. Alright, let's try it, I guess. Attempt to attack? Oh yeah, something real bad's about to happen to us. Alright. Oh, that's all it was? Pfft, man, I thought it was going to be way worse than that. Like, don't get me wrong, that's still a good play for the opponent, but infinitely scarier options were on the table. Oh my god, like, there were options that were way scarier that were on the table. Ooh, another improvised weapon. I do like that. All right. Pay the 2 life, because we can draw a card. Whew. They had so much mana, I was just like, what are we waiting to do? All right, turncoats. Sure. Getting rid of the Chrome Dome sounds like a plan. See, there I would have gotten rid of a token. Because you're going to end up in a situation where you probably have to block. Funny as it is, almost not worth sacrificing. Because of the fact that we're taking a power off the battlefield. But for all we know, they have another Ronin's technique or whatever. All right. I mean, if they do, they do. We can't do nothing about it. All right, we get Chrome Dome back. Zookeeper. All right, so they go to 7. We get a backup Arabella, so she gets juiced with one of these. Opponent's saying GG's. We are going to copy... Oh, has to be... Another target artifact. Oh, can't copy that guy. So it'd have to be an Arabella. Alright, well, just this guy then. And then everybody gets in there. Copying a Chrome Dome with a Chrome Dome's kind of gross, actually. Like, usually it says other creatures or something, but the fact that you can copy any artifact is kind of silly. And the other thing has haste as well. So you're just getting way more power by copying another Chrome Dome. Like, we just got an extra 5 power. Actually, more than that. Because you got a 3/3. So that's a brand new 3 power. Plus pumped up 4 other things. So you got 9 power for 5 mana, right? Like, that seems like a lot. That's pretty good. Cranial and standard. Yeah, it's almost like cranial plating. I mean, that's real. What do I think is the best color archetype in limited would be? Don't even know. I'm going to, after this game, remind me. I'm going to show y'all something silly about limited. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Man. We're not supposed to keep this. We're not supposed to keep this. And I know we're not. Ah, dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Alright, alright. I'm gonna mulligan. I couldn't bring myself to keep it. I almost did. I was about to say I'm gonna keep it, but I didn't have the stones. Alright. We'll put back 1 Chrome Dome. I didn't have it in me, y'all. I should have. It would have been fun, but I didn't have the stones. I wasn't brave enough. Alright. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay. I guess we go ahead. Attack and play Arabella? Because I think Chrome Dome's worth more, generally speaking. And also isn't legendary. So if they have a removal spell, like, we'd rather not draw another Arabella and be stuck with 2 in hand. For obvious reasons. Ooh, Arabella was also a wall there. That's nice. Okay, so if we Chrome Dome, or we could play Springleaf Drum. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I mean, do we just Chrome Dome and just say, like, you're forced to block here? They double block Arabella? Like, that doesn't seem right. Like, that seems objectively wrong, right? I don't even know what we're supposed to do here. I guess we just leave back 2 1/3s. And we try to set up something next turn. Because this isn't really a good attack here. If we get a land, next turn's lit. Because then we can just play Percussionist, Arsenal, put the arsenal on the percussionists, and we can start rocking. Double fountain port bell. Okay. That's okay, deck. Sure, man. Like, I guess that's a thing. Sure. Yeah. All right. We might as well at least set it up and threaten it, right? We're not going to get you in no matter what. We know that. If we double attack, we get a card off one of these. If we make them block Arabella, we drain them for 4. I think it's worth it. We trade Arabella for a creature here. I think now we're getting enough off of it that we also get to force how they want to block here. They can trade for 2 small ones. Okay, they didn't even want to. All right, fair enough. That is a reasonable exchange. Ooh, and we got a chainsaw. That is a big draw there. If we're not going to draw land, getting us a sizable removal spell is real good here. Ooh, they have their own arsenal, though, and they have more artifacts. This could be a problem. Well, we're going to chainsaw. Get rid of you. I guess we just load up the arsenal, right? No point really doing anything else here. And then go for it, I guess. I mean, they have some decisions to make. Yeah, that had to happen. All right, fair enough. All right, we limited the damage pretty well there. We get a 1/1, we get to grow our chainsaw, and then we can just equip the chainsaw to something next turn. All right. Yeah, that spare creature actually let us play the other Springleaf Drum. All right, that's 6. It's amazing how big improvised weapon could be, right? If they're just another one. Okay, cool. Put a plus in position. So you could have. They're at 7, so they still could have blocked. Use this to shoot something. Taken 5, 4. Because that's not doesn't have to be played as a sorcery, right? All right. I mean, they would have been behind. I get it. Like, you lose your creature. Like, you still would have... No, because they would have taken damage from this attacking, too. Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough spot. Why was Arabella's trigger at 0? I don't think it was at 0. Arabella herself triggered for 1. That equipment would be great on a 1-drop rare that has menace. Maybe. I mean, it's not bad. Somebody would probably trying to find a way to do it. Oh, I forgot. Well, I'll show you after this. I was gonna show you a limited thing. Totally got distracted by the end of that game. Ooh, you know what? You know what? We can still... There is a world here where we could still nesting bot into Chrome Domes, and that's probably okay. So I think we keep it. All right. This isn't a good hand by any stretch. We'd love to be able to play these, obviously, but kind of just taking a chance here. And they have weapons manufacturing. All right, so we are going to have to find red lands pretty quick. The good news is once we find one, we have 3. Well, not necessarily. We could find like the fast land, and that won't cut it, obviously. Oh, no. All right, we're going to go here. I mean, just do what we can. It's not great, but it's what we got. Though we have seen the blue-red version a lot, so it is kind of fun getting to play the red-white version. But I think here we needed either a land or a red mana on that turn to let this turn be a little more productive, and we did not get that. So we're kind of in a little bit of trouble here. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. Though, no, even our removal is red, so that's not going to help us either. I was going to say, if we drew a removal spell to get rid of the robots, that would be helpful. But it probably won't do enough here. Yep, there's an arsenal for you. Yeah, we need a way to use red stuff next turn, or we're just going to be up against it too badly, I think. If I'm the opponent, I might just move the arsenal onto the 1/1 here. You're good just chunking 1/1s to me attacking, right? At least I would think so. Now they're counting their artifacts, though. Who knows what's up here? Or maybe they're really worried about the life totals, right? They go to 10, we have a way to get rid of the 1/1. Then they're in a rough blocking situation. Don't know. Yeah, not sure what the freezing's about. I'll have to check that after this round. Alright, so they're equipping there. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Yeah, we were afraid of that. That was a worst case scenario type deal there. Alright. I mean, that's all we can make sense of there. We didn't get the mana. Alright. This could be the turn where things go badly. Because if they get rid of a couple of our guys, I don't think we have a way out. Oh, yeah, they're going to have too many creatures now. Yep. That makes a lot of sense. And then we start sacking munitions. Here's a Krang. He sadly is an artifact, huh? Yep. And that's probably going to be all she wrote. We sadly don't have mana to fight this fight. And then we get a Springleaf Drum. Yeah. We just didn't get mana. Trying to think what we could do here. They are at 6, so we could force some blocks at least. Is there a world where maybe Arabella is enough? I mean, we could, like, Springleaf Drum, play Arabella, next turn get some dudes down. I mean, I guess we gotta try, right? I don't love it, but it's something. I mean, it's really just hoping they don't have a removal spell for Arabella here. That's kind of our whole game plan at this stage. Oh, it wouldn't even matter, because Arabella is only going to hit... Oh, because everything's going to be a 3-pack, because we have 2 Chrome Domes, actually, as funny as it is. But alright. I mean, I guess if we get hasty stuff with these two, like, I don't know. We're grasping at straws. If they have one solid turn here, we can't do anything anyway, so we'll just see how it ends up. Oh yeah, they're going to be good. Because all they need to be able to play 2 things a turn here, and they're good. Chrome Dome, so... Let's see what happens. I'm trying to think if there's any way. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's a Rotten Mouth Viper. Yeah, we're dead. Like, we were going to be dead anyway, so it didn't really matter. They had us. Yeah, that's a tough one. I feel like if we had had any extra red mana during that game, I think we win that one, but we kind of just sat here stuck on 2 and couldn't do anything about it. Even if the Springleaf Drum would have showed up sooner. But we didn't, and we lost, and that's what should happen. All right, let me see. Oh, well, I was going to test something, but seems like everything's back to normal now. That's weird. The numbers seem fine. Let me go check something in my settings real quick. Because numbers seem normal. Let me reduce the bit rate just a little bit. See if I can make it a little more stable for folks. Let's put that okay. Let me see if that works. Put a little less stress on the system, maybe. I do stream at a pretty high bit rate, so I could see that being an issue for Twitch or whatnot. Yeah, and there was a world where I could have blocked with Chrome Dome and tried to set up a win for sure. That was the only possibility. But the fact that they had the Viper made it where it didn't matter anyway. So it was a no-win scenario. All right. Oh, yeah, okay. Let me show y'all. This is what I'm going to say, because somebody asked about limited, right? I have 32 draft tokens in the system, 2 sealed tokens and 9 jump-in tokens. I literally have not played a draft on Arena since the week. Well, let me make sure I don't want to lie to y'all. I'm pretty sure I haven't played a game of draft on Arena since the week they added live human drafts. I think that was the last time I drafted on here. All these drafts are saved up either from like packages of stuff I bought or Mastery Pass rewards or whatever. I've literally not used these. And mostly because I spend so much time working on decks and stuff that I never really have an opportunity to draft really if I wanted to, where it would make sense. Because when I'm drafting, I would be making content that I can't really use for anything, right? So here's the thing I've always told people, and I bring this up a couple times a year, and it's been close on votes a couple times. But at any point, it would be 60-40. I would start doing it. But basically, my thought would be, just so I can use the draft tokens, make videos where we're drafting, and then we discuss the 1 or 2 possible decks we could build from the drafts, and that's it. Like, no gameplay. If y'all are cool just drafting, going through the process, talking about why we're drafting what we are, getting, what the decks look like that we can build or whatever, great. But if you're into draft and you want to see the gameplay, that's not going to be good for you, because I'm not going to play the games. Mostly because draft games take a long time, and we're making content and using cards that we can't do anything with, Whereas if I'm not spending the extra time playing the draft games, I could be testing something else, making a video that people are going to come for the channel for anyway. So it would be totally up to y'all. If y'all were totally willing to sit through that and go through the exercise of drafting the cards and, again, talking about the builds and whatever, we could do that. But if you wanted to see the games, then I guess I'm still sitting on some draft tokens. But yeah, at this point, I'm adding 4 or 5 a year to the pile, and they're just not getting used. Which is funny, because I have people see that, and they're like, dude, what? And I'm like, yeah. Just never draft. Even when my local stores, when I go play, I'll just grab a couple of singles and finish off a standard deck and then just go play standard. I'm not even showing up to play draft, really. I play sealed when, pre-releases, but that's about it. Yeah, I think there's a handful of people that would sit through and watch. But again, if it's not at least 60-40, I don't think it's worth doing. But, we'll put up another poll like we normally do. Carlo MTG. We played Carlo a few times. Let's keep this. This hand is very solid. Yeah, here's the thing, though. Well, this is, and I have a theory on why you don't see a lot of what people would call quality, like, new player content. And the issue is that new players don't know what they're even searching for to begin with. You know what I mean? And nothing against them. It's not their fault. It's just, as a new player, you genuinely don't even know what you would be looking for. So you wouldn't know what to search for, what a good video is for you, or whatever. And the players that could use it the most, usually like the Pro Tour grinders and that type of player, they think they're already good enough and they're not going to watch those videos, even though they probably should be watching those videos. So a lot of times that content just doesn't reach the people it needs to. And I say that by, you know, just looking at, literally, we have some of the top names in the world making Magic content right now, right? Yellow Hat, Seth Manfield, who just won another world championship, whatever. But they don't hardly draw views on their videos, which sounds crazy, but that's the world we live in. All right, we're going to go attacking. Sure. Ooh, surprised I didn't block Ginger Brute. Sure. And then we're going to chainsaw. All right. I mean, that was a quality turn. I'm not mad at it. Man, you gotta love it when Leo has to block. We ain't mad about that at all. So I think the plan here is going to be put the chainsaw on Ginger Brutes, then make Ginger Brute unblockable. Just double checking new cards. They do not have haste. All right. Never know. Gotta do your spot checks. If we attack with everything, well, they're going to go down to 6. They're going to block the nesting pot here. Just a matter of with what. I think this is fine. I mean, are we attacking with this? Because then that blocks, they take 3. It's not even worth it, really. All right, sure. We would just lose a 2-1 and nothing good comes out of that. We did get to grow the chainsaw, though. Kaito. We are not afraid of a Kaito. That's good for us. Yep, that makes sense. Control the fight. Control the outcome. Ooh, that's also very good. All right, I'm into it. And then let's... I mean, might as well put them down. This is fun. Decision. Do you want to go to 4? Or do you want to lose Kaito? They're willing to lose Kaito. Fair enough. Oh, no, they didn't. They saved Kaito and went to 4. They blocked the other way. Oh, that was a surprise. Didn't think they were going to do that. Wonder what that means. I would assume they would have tried to protect 6 life since we have Arabella, but it could mean that they're also going to find a way to deal with Arabella here. And put us in the blender a little bit. What is this about? I mean... yeah, I guess we'll block with this. Nothing extra? Huh. Alright. Weird, but okay. I'm here for it. Drawing cards.
I've got you beat 6 different ways.
Turncoat probably removes Arabella, because that's the way you don't lose here. And prehistoric pet. Alright. We found a land which is actually relevant here. And then we can attack with this. Just at the opponent. I mean, seems fine. Yep. And then in the turn, because we can still turn an artifact into a 3/3, which is a real deal here. Splinter. All right. They do have 4 ninjas. They could get to 5 here. You're attacking with a lot of things here. All right. I mean, if you have the removal spell, you have it, I guess. Oh, they have something. Who did we make unblockable? Who did we give the unblockable to? Oh, I guess I can find out this way. All right, I guess I'm just blocking here. I don't know what happened there. I feel like I missed something. I can block this though, because we have the same power, so that's cool. Arabella comes back. We get a big chainsaw. They get a bunch of dudes. Right? They have to tap that.
You're not going anywhere.
Ooh. Do we have enough? Yeah. Put that here. Make this dude unblockable. Forgot that they gave everybody Death Touch, but I guess it didn't really matter. Alright, that worked out. Yeah, I don't think we should have won that one. I feel like I blocked incorrectly on 2 turns. And I think the opponent just kind of forgot what some of our stuff did. I mean, I also forgot that this gave all the other ninjas Death Touch, so I probably shouldn't have blocked as well. So there was a lot of bad stuff there in general. But I guess if we didn't, we would have lost anyway because it would have went down to 2. So, I mean, to 0. So I don't know. It worked out, but I don't think we deserved that one. Cyber says, I used the draft token on rare drafting, otherwise they're useless to me. We should be able to turn them into in-game currency or wildcards. It's sort of, right? Because so many of them are given for free, some of it is also them balancing their economy to generate a number of bodies, so there's always people to draft against or play standard against or whatever, right? Some things on their side are geared to also get certain behaviors, which makes sense, right? So I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Panther says, question, why do some MTG content creators only draft or draft more than play standard or other? Some, they just like what they like. I've always liked standard. Like if somebody put my feet to the fire, I'd say, yeah, I like playing standard more than I like drafting. Some people love drafting more than they like playing standard. Like, that's fine. It's not really a secret. It's just what they enjoy more and what they're probably good at. And generally, if you enjoy what you're doing more, you're probably going to get more people that enjoy your content, whether it's playing Magic or fixing cars or whatever it is, right? It wouldn't make sense for me to draft just to draft because I'm like, oh, well, draft to get more views. I should just go do that because I wouldn't be happy playing all those draft games. You know what I mean? So that's why I haven't done it. But I'll play standard all day long. Some do both, yeah, but a lot of them really don't. A lot of them specialize in one or the other. We'll keep this. And there's nothing wrong with specializing in one type of content. It's actually smart. Oh, first time we've seen this today. When it leaves the battlefield, make a food. What are we gonna do here? I guess just play this. Yep, here comes a ninja. Because that's the only reason you're playing that. There's no other reason you're playing that card. It's obviously because a ninja's coming, right? Oh, a chainsaw. I wasn't thinking I wanted to do that, but now I kind of want to, so let's go for it. And then grow the chainsaw, and I just attack for 1. I don't think they have any hasty stuff. I mean, I say that and I'll probably get wrecked by something, but if they do, they do. Next turn's pretty interesting because we can go Robot. No, getting another land too doesn't hurt. So we can go robot into Springleaf Drum. Tap robots to play. Because we're not blocking with that, so I'm fine tapping it. And then if we attack, they just block with their O2, so no value there. But we have a really, really big improvised arsenal next turn. And that's what we're excited about. Ooh, do we have... No, we don't have enough to play. We need one more mana to play Arsenal and the Chainsaw. That would be huge, though, if we can get an untapped land here. Alright. We're going to get a bunch of 1/1s. That's easily... The Ronin's technique has been the most popular sneak spell by a long shot today. Wait, what? They just conceded? I mean, I guess their pizza showed up and they had to go get it or something. I don't know. That's weird. I wonder... Now, to be fair to them, I have had situations where you're playing with new cards and they might have thought something had sneak and it didn't. Or it might be like another one of these where it has sneak for 5, but they thought it was 4, something like that. But yeah, that's a weird ending to that one. And we were about to have a really big turn too. Oh, we already had the land in hand, so we could have went 1-2 to play this. Nah, we still would have been one short because we would have had 2 more. We could have still improvised, equipped, and drew a card though. Yeah. Oh well. We'll never know. All right, maybe we get 1 more in. Maybe 2. We'll see how things go. We won quite a lot with that one, though. That was already our 7th win with that deck. Man, it didn't even feel like it. We were cruising through those games. Cruised through a lot of games, and I still talked through a lot of it. So, like, I don't know what's going on. We're wrong one. Where were we at? Boros Robots. Opponent definitely didn't believe in the heart of the cards. That's true. Get a lot of... Yeah, there are a fair amount of those on the regular ladder. And, like, in those cases, cool, you rank up. But that's also why I've told people, like, Arena isn't tournament Magic. Because people are going to fight through a lot of those slots because they have more invested, right? They spent more on the decks. They spent entry fees, you know, all that stuff. We go first here. Yeah, we're going to keep it. Mostly because we can still play either of these, even if we play Air Temple tap. So I think we could still play Percussionist on 1, Ginger Brute on 2. Or if we get an untapped land, then a whole pile of stuff unlocks, right? Then we play Robot and can move into other things. Or maybe we play Arabella first, and then if we get a 3rd land, since we already know we have it, especially if it's a basic, we'd be able to Robot plus something and get more out of the Arabella when it attacks. So lots of options here depending on what our land draws are. Okay, that's not a basic, but it does unlock some things. Let's see if the opponent has a chainsaw, I guess. It's kind of what this turn is. Or I guess it could be anything that can get rid of Arabella, but let's see. That does not get rid of Arabella. All right, so we're rocking and rolling this turn. Can we get an untapped land? We cannot. Okay, so now it's just... Do we want to get rid of their creature, or do we want to go wide and get more damage in? I think this is a more damage situation. Since we are the aggressor currently, get as much out of it as we can. And we do get the life gain, which matters in a aggro on aggro fight. Now, if they play an artifact... Oh, it's a gunship. Okay. Yeah, that gets rid of Arabella. Would you still like to attack here? No, they declined our offer. What's the most we could do? Play this, can't do anything. Alright, this is the play here then. attack for 3. I think I'm going to play this because worst case scenario, we play robots and draw a card next turn. Robots of their own, which I assumed was coming sooner or later. And they have an extruder of their own. Ugh. Not great. That is definitely bad for us. But they are at 8, so we have options. Ooh, okay. I was thinking I might save it and make a 3/3 here, but this is totally reasonable. All right, opponent's down to 2 cards, so maybe. I don't know if this is good enough. We'll find out. Oh, now they could gain life too? Oh, sick. Yep. Dang it. That hurts. We were so close. I guess we could draw a Chrome Dome or something here, though. Yep. They could have also turned an artifact into a 3/3, which we have to pay attention to. Because that allows them to shoot something and still block. I think we want to save to draw a card, though. I don't even think we want to give the new token haste. Yeah, we're going to get 2 anyway. That's fine. I guess I could have used that for mana on the way out. But we'll have creatures here we can tap anyway. Alright, so if we attack, you block 1, 2, you take 2, 4, 5. And then we have to hope to not get beat up on the backswing. Alright, I'm down. I mean, we could also, if they block a token creature, we could also sacrifice that to turn it into a 3/3. Alright, I'm willing to do that here, actually. Tap you, because we're not blocking with you. Alright, opponent goes to 4. At some point, they're going to get whatever they want to sacrifice all those munitions tokens to, so... Oh my gosh, why nutrient block? Man, you know what? You can't draw them if they're not in the deck, though. Credit to the opponent. That's so savage. Alright, now their own Chrome Dome. Yep, this is where the wheels start falling off. We're at least at 21, so we have some wiggle room. Not a lot, though. Man, we need probably like a chainsaw or something. You ain't it. I don't know what we need, but it ain't you. I guess we're attacking, trading off some number of things here that's going to make us sad, but probably worth it. All right. Let's see what happens. Sure. So everything blocking's going to die or trade on some matter. So do we want them to keep... We definitely want the 4/3 dead. I guess we're going to turn this 2/2 into something. Yeah, that's probably correct. Or 2/1 into a 3/3. Alright. Let's see what card we get off of the Percussionist. Okay. Not the worst. I mean, we're still behind here. And they're waiting on whatever they're waiting on for their munitions. But they could sacrifice 1 here and just get rid of our robots anyway. So whenever they're ready, they can blow up the robots. That's not really here nor there. Yep, as they should. I mean, I would at least start attacking with your flyer. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's the play. Now we lose. Oh, it doesn't come in as a creature, though. Oh, that's crazy. I mean, we're still dead in like 2 turns, but that's interesting. I would have assumed it was just going to be a creature, but it wasn't. Huh. Well, now we know a thing. Well, all we can really do here is look for a chainsaw that maybe helps us out. Yep, that's not going to do it. Yep, we are dead. Because now there's no outs, right? You just copy your dude, shoot us for 2. Yep, we can't do anything there. They drew better than we did. The algorithm needs work. Even in Singleton, you see lots of the same cards every time. This is why I had to put cards. I don't know. I play enough in paper to see enough things happen that I'm not surprised by anything that happens in Arena. I've seen crazier things in paper, so. But all right, let's talk about this pile. And see what we want to do after this, because this is the 3rd deck we've gotten through on this late stream. Because then we have Boros Robots. All right. Where are we at? It's way down here, right? There we go. Let me do some visual record keeping here for people, so things at least make some kind of sense. Chainsaws, improvised weapon goes in that pile. And I think that's correct. All right. Okay, so I don't know how much I would change about this deck, because it kind of mostly does what it wants to do. I would consider the idea of, like, munitions, or weapons manufacturing to make munitions. But we don't have that many ways to sacrifice stuff, so I don't think that's really where you want to go. Another chainsaw would probably be good. We did take advantage of Springleaf Drum a couple of times, so I'm not upset at it, and it does trigger our stuff that, you play an artifact, get a thing. So I like that. Inspector is interesting because it does give us a way to draw cards, but I'm not sure it's the best thing when we're looking for artifact creatures to get a bonus from Chrome Dome, or to get us a token off of the robots, or whatever the case is. So I'd have to put some more thought into that and decide what I want that card to be. Other than that, I mean, the deck was pretty sweet. We didn't draw a Fountain Port at any point, which would have been kind of cool, so that was a little bit disappointing. But outside of that, the deck did pretty much what we wanted. We won a lot of games. I don't know, what were we, like 7-2 or 7-3 or something during all that? So can't really complain. And we lost one of the mirror matches and won one of the mirror matches, and we beat one of the Is It versions of this. So in that regard, it's pretty solid. And it might just be because we had a fair amount of removal between the extruders and the chainsaws or whatever. But I could see an argument to be made as if you got rid of the Springleaf Drums, like just cut the 2 of those and play another extruder and another chainsaw. And then you just have more ways to get rid of stuff out of the way while you're still pecking at your opponent. And the extruder is just really good. Now, I don't want to underestimate the Springleaf Drum. This card can do some real work at times, and we saw that. But there's also other times it was just like, man, I wish this was anything other than just a thing to tap for mana, So that's probably the way I would go. I'm less of a Springleaf Drum fan, less of a Springleaf Drum truther, if you will. And I would be more likely to play an extruder and a chainsaw, and then just give us more removal for bats, for badger mole cubs, for turtles in general, or especially, if we don't have any removal on turn 1, you want to be able to get rid of the thing that they're probably going to sneak or whatever with, especially if you're on the play. That would be good. So for me, the final list would look like this. I think we would go full set of chainsaw, arsenal, intruder, or extruder. That's what I would do. I'm going to leave the version up with the Springleaf Drum, because that's what we played, and there's some people like, the number of times people have commented like, you posted the wrong list. It's not what you played on the channel. It's like, did you get to the end of the video? Because that's where we do the updates, and I give you the better version after we played the games. Because me giving you the bad version, or the lesser version, or at least what I believe to be the lesser version, is actually not cool. I could just give you the better one, right? In this case, I don't know if the other version's outright better. Probably just depends on how comfortable you are with Springleaf Drum. But either way, this list is going to be available over on Moxfield if you want to give it a go. It's fun, uses new cards, and fairly affordable to build if you own some of these anyway from the other sets. But that's all of you for now. We'll see you next time. Boom, that one's done. Hey, I hope the pre-release has been going well. Yeah, it's always fun. I don't have a problem with it at all. All right, so we got that done. Let's go ahead and resign this. Doop-de-doo. Have I considered the for fun card Regos? Nope. Not even for fun. Like, Regos just is not a good Magic card. It's just generally not a good Magic card. I haven't seen... We played a deck trying to maximize Regos, and it was... The way I would describe it is aggressively medium. That's the best way. Like, it did some things, but they just felt like they didn't matter sometimes. Like, you were able... It's like... Ooh, we did the Regos thing, and then it's like, well, we got an extra 3 damage this game we wouldn't have gotten if it was some other creature. Right? Just not my jam. Not my jam. It just doesn't do enough. I think because the quality of cards we can play right now that allow us to either just like sacrifice artifacts, make extra artifacts, get bigger because of the number of artifacts, whatever, there's just more value to be had in other bodies for the same cost. It just doesn't do enough. So, I get it. It's a neat card. People want to see more of it. I'll probably get it into a deck list down the road again because I'll come back to it because people like seeing quirky cards. But I wouldn't say it's good. No, not even aggro, Matt. Like, it's just worse than a lot of other cards. Let's be real. Like, it just is. There's a reason you don't see it with all the people that are playing artifacts and aggro decks and whatever. It's just not great. You know, that's kind of it at the end of the day. It's not great. All right. So let me spend one of these tokens. Boop. And let's figure the next thing we're going to play. I think we said we were going to play this hyper token build, right? So we can try to play with Wingnut as the play. We'll give it a go. I don't know how good Wingnut's going to be in this game, but yeah, you know, we'll find out. It's worth a shot. But yeah, this is probably the way to go. Let's see. We don't have a lot of removal here, right? We have Torch, and Painter Studio just pumps our guys. That's not really a removal. So we're just doubling down on everything making tokens and hope we get Wingnut with like Flying Menace, pump our team, whatever, right? That's the game plan here. We'll see if it's any good. And then after this, if we have time, because it's 9 p.m. local time now, if we have time, we may work on something with the chat and see if we can come up with a thing. Maybe like a Donatello deck or something. I don't know. All right, what's up, Dragon Brood? We have a very interesting and fun Boros list, but mostly because of a particular card that we haven't seen anybody else playing with so far. And we're going to give it a shot, because I think it could be really fun if we get to Wingnut our opponents. That sounds dirty for some reason, but it's not, I promise. All right, so we're starting with Nesting Bot, because, you know, it makes a token, and that's all good here. Stadium Headliner also makes tokens, and doubles as removal, because we don't have a lot of removal in this list. We have Torch the Tower, which is some of that little removal we have. Voice of Victory, we all know this is good, and making it to where your opponent can't play stuff on your turn and getting extra bodies. But Wingnut, Bat on Belfry. If you don't know what this is, it's a 2-mana, 1/2. It has Alliance, so whenever another creature you control enters, Wingnut gains your choice of Flying, Menace, or Haste. Obviously, we'll have turns where many things enter the battlefield. But it gives all your other creatures +1/+0. And that's each time this happens. So, cool. Whenever it attacks, you get everybody +1/+0. And hopefully it can get up to 3 abilities. Don't know if that's good, but it's a flyer in the deck where we don't have much flyers, so maybe. We have Arabella, obviously just trying to drain our opponent's life total. Frontline Rush, so if we do make all of those tokens, we can just pump something up really big that sneaks through. War Leader's Call for some extra damage and pumping our team. And then, of course, last Ronin's Technique, because if something gets through, maybe Wingnut, we can actually get 3 1/1s, which is really cool. Or maybe they're 2 1s, potentially. We'll see. And then Painter Studio. So again, we can pump everything up +1/+0, or we can get extra cards late in the game. So yeah, nothing too crazy here. I don't know why it's giving me different artworks for Inspiring Vantage, but there, it's fixed. So yeah, we'll get this on the road. But before we do, remember, if you're going to check out Magic cards, give our sponsor a shot. Tales of Adventure. It's toamagic.com. And if you want to save 5% way over there, you just got to use my code DRAGON. It's DRAGN. All right, business done. Let's go play and see how many times Wingnut can come over the top. Question, Dragon, do you think Krang is a trap card? The one with Affinity. I don't know. It's fine. There's nothing that's a trap about Krang. Like, I don't think you're using the term trap card correctly. Like, if you play Affinity with blue, Krang will do exactly what you think it's going to do. Right? There's no trick to it. It's going to do exactly what you want. A trap card is when you're going to put it in the deck, you have these grand designs, and the grand designs almost never happen, right? No matter how much you try. A trap card is like the crown from the last set, right? Where you have to pay the 4 mana, then you got to pay 2 and put it on a thing, and then you got to have a thing that makes a token, so it makes a copy of the thing that it's on, and then it just never happens. That's a trap card. Krang is fine. I think both Krangs are playable, really. The blue one's just going to matter. We'll keep this. It's just going to matter on how much that you believe in Affinity being a thing or not, is really all that is. We're playing against an aggro deck. We'll probably try not to take damage here. Man, we're going to play Wingnut. He's just going to die, isn't it? That's sad. Alrighty. That's fine. Okay, what are we doing? I'm not saving this to get rid of a fear of missing out, right? That doesn't make sense. Oh, Arabella, you're cool, I guess. Alright, we're gonna lead with voice. We might be able to get the opponent to block voice and pump up something or whatever. We'll see. They may also just like lightning strike voice of victory here. Yeah, we're not blocking. Okay. Could have been like double striking Raphael or something there. Like, not blocking is so scary right now. There are so many things your opponents can do that everything's insane. Okay, well, that does slow some of our plans. Can we find a 1 mana thing? No, we cannot. Well, that's disappointing. Boy, what are we doing here then? I guess we just replay it. And then this time we think about blocking? Like, I don't love that as an option, but I guess we gotta do what we gotta do. I mean, the good news is we're only at 18, right? It's not like we've taken a lot of damage. So we have a little bit of time. Ooh, Duelist of the Mind says you don't have a lot of time, actually. That's unfortunate. Alright. Well, and then they get 2 attacks here. That sucks. Alright, well, our life total is not going to last much longer at this rate, if we're not careful. But they only have 1 live card here. So that's good to know. So if we play Voice... We could play Voice Arabella. And then they're forced to do something with whatever's in their hand. I mean, if they find a way to kill us with just 2 creatures from here, then, like, congrats, they earned it. I mean, they also might just play a land and play Quantum Riddler. That's bad, too. Alright, cool but rude. So when they attack, they'll draw and discard. Yep, that's a lot of damage. Man, we might have to get crafty next turn. We might have to, like, play Wingnut. Hopefully get a non-damage land here. Because you want to play Wingnut, play Frontline Rush, sack a thing to Torch, be able to get rid of a creature. Oh, they didn't even discard? Oh boy, no blocks, I guess. Like, what's going on here? Okay. Then you get another attack. Still choosing not to discard. Huh. Alright, well, if they have a way to get rid of Arabella, then I guess we're wrecked, because that's like our main game plan here, but... This is just like, if you have it, you have it. There ain't nothing I can do about it. Yeah, I was wondering. Yep. Alright. I mean, we've somewhat stabilized here at least, though, right? So there is that. So is there a world where we triple block? Just trying to think what this could look like. Like, we attack, we sack a token, get rid of this guy. That doesn't do enough. Dang it. I'm just trying to, like, how do we get out of this? I feel like there's a way. I just got to play these in the right order. And this just makes us a token, so that's not going to do enough here. It makes us 2 guys, right? Yeah, 2 red warriors. I mean, we could Wingnut, try to block. I don't think that's where we want to be here, though. It just feels wrong. So I'm just going to do this. And I guess just hope they don't have it. Oh, I meant to play it land tapped. Gosh dang it. I got so caught up in spending my mana that did not do what we wanted it to do. Well, that makes things way worse. Yep. I mean, I think we were kind of wrecked anyway. Actually, no. I only need to block with one of them. Why would I block with both of them? Yeah, that's fine. All right. Sadly, we're just going to die to the Quantum Riddler now anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. We just had a clunky draw and never really got off the ground. Okay, we only drew a land, so we didn't get punished anyway. All right, GG's. Yeah, that was just a bad draw. I don't ever take brews from chat. I don't ever take brews from YouTube comments. We do specific streams where we will take people's deck lists, or you can post them in the Discord in the standard section, and people work on decks all the time, and occasionally we feature one from there. No promises. But if we take lists from chats or we take lists from comments, literally all that happens is everybody wants to post deck lists and hope you play them or whatever. So if you literally post one, I don't even look at them. The minute I realize it's a deck list, I quit looking. If you want to come be part of the community in the Discord, links in our YouTube description. You can come over and join it. It's free. You can come post deck lists and work on stuff. Or you can catch us on the proper streams when we feature stuff, and you can get your stuff featured. Those are kind of the 2 ways. Let's keep it. All right. Oh my goodness, really? All right, well, at least this counts as a mountain. And a plains, but, you know, mostly a mountain's what's important. Sure. You got it. Oh, we're just going old school, like, discard on these guys. Nice. Hadn't seen that list played in a minute. Opponent says nice, but what did they think we were going to do? We had a mana open. I'd rather risk Wingnut than Arabella here. There's the blue mana. Sky Ray, sure. Yep, that makes sense. I guess they wouldn't have been able to shoot down an Arabella, so that was a bad call. Let's put this in tapped on red. And... do we lead with an Arabella here? I think so. I think so. Mostly because there's a world where we could play Last Ronin's technique just aggressively. Well, now here it doesn't do anything. Yep. What are we doing here? Man, I know. So I want non-lands, please. Oh, that doesn't help us at all. I mean, I guess next turn... No, because it takes 4 to do that. I guess we just play Wingnut? That feels like it's wrong, but, you know. Do what we gotta do. Oh, they had another Burst Lightning. Alright, well, that sucks. They had the cards they needed. Are you going to attack and just leave me my Arabella to get through? They are. Alright, no blocks for obvious reasons. Alright, no crazy sneak stuff, because, man, a double striking sneak play there would have sucked for us. Would have been real bad. Alright, this is just testing the waters for them having something. Yeah, I think we do it just to have blockers, if nothing else, on future turns. Alright. I mean, I don't know what their last card is, but it's probably something bad for us, if I were guessing. Ooh, they got rid of a Burst Lightning there, so they're all in on this. Oh, Cool But Rude's very good here, though. That makes a lot of sense. Obviously, we're blocking. We don't have a choice. Yep, can't win now. Dang it. I think if I'd have left Arabella down and then just drew or gained 4 this turn, that might have been enough. But yeah, we're just dead now. Even if we play the Arabella. Because they just attack and draw and discard. Oh, well, yeah, we're just dead. All right, GG's. I played that pretty terribly, though. Not going to blame that on the deck. I'm taking the L on that one. I don't think Wingnut's a good Magic card, but we're just playing it because it's early access. And you know what? I don't even remember Wingnut from the TV show. So I feel like Wingnut either was from a very small arc I don't remember, or it was from like a later series that I didn't watch. Because I 100% don't recognize the character. But apparently it was popular enough to make it into the set. What is this? Inescapable, I weep. Oblivion, I rejoice. To become everything is to become nothing. The listener's lament. I guess that's a Lorwyn thing. I don't know what that is. Also, let me be real too. And this is not to insult anybody. But oftentimes when people are like, play my list, it's usually not that different than another popular list that's out there with just a couple of cards switch. So even if you wanted a creator to play your list, like, you probably want to be playing something very different that actually does pretty well. And then there's sometimes... Oh, that's weird. It's going to be in a draw. Then there's sometimes people post lists that they haven't even tested, so you kind of want the creator to go spend their resources and their time to test it, and, like, that's kind of effed up, right? Like, so, you know... That version of Wingnut is different than the old version, which was in several TMNT video games and a few episodes of the 80s cartoon. Yeah, that's funny. Like, I remember watching a lot of the 80s stuff, and Wingnut just, I don't know. I guess that's my Mandela effect, where I just don't even remember it. But let's keep this. And lead with a headliner. Descendant of Storms. Sure. I will attack and trade here. All right. The fact they didn't block in, you know, in this current economy feels like they're trying to sneak something through. Don't know if that's true or not, but we're probably blocking whether we like it or not. If they let us block. Okay, Lightning Helix says we don't get to block. Fair enough. But nothing bad happened there, so we're okay with that. Let's go ahead and attack, play Arabella. And then we'll just see what's up. All right. Arabella's not going to survive this, is she? I mean, rightfully so. The only thing we could really stop her is if they tried to, like, I don't know, Sheltered by Ghost or something. Yeah, all right, fair enough. We knew that was a long shot, though, right? We weren't married to that idea. Ooh, ooh. Nah, we're going to do this first. We can get more value by plussing stuff into play with whatever sneaks through next turn. All right. Let's see if we get max value or they just get rid of our headliner. Raph. All right. Let's go attacking. Ooh, wait. You know what? We could still kill that card. Check this out. Because I'll assume they'll block the headliner here. Oh, they didn't even block the headliner? What? Because I was thinking we just do this. Getting rid of the token we were going to lose anyway. Oh, we wouldn't be able to anyway, because we'd be a mana short, or creature short. Never mind. My math was bad. So, it's all irrelevant. I was thinking, but if we sacrifice the headliner, we'll only have 3 creatures. Alright. Well, that ended up being a good turn. And if we block, we get to do another point of damage as well. Yeah, Agent Bishop. Don't know if you're going to be enough here, friend. Yeah, I'm not blocking. You do you, buddy. That is a good little combo there, though, because you get 2 attack steps. Wingnut, sure. That's me just showing them, hey, I am playing new cards, I promise. Wingnut triggers, get flying, I guess. Oh, I could have... Well, it wouldn't have mattered. Get the biggest thing out of the way. Alright, cool. There were so many character designs to sell toys. Don't feel bad. That's fair. They did a lot of that in the 80s. We saw that even with like He-Man, because you had like regular He-Man, Power-Up He-Man, Thunder Punch He-Man, you know, whatever. Thunder Punch He-Man was crazy. I don't even people remember that. Like he had this little backpack on him, and you'd put those like, you remember the little red like circular cap gun things that, you know, it hit the little gunpowder and pop. You put one of those in his back, and then you would cock the creature or the action figure, and then it would punch and make the little popping sound. Like that was wild. I don't even know why they sold that, honestly. That it sounds crazy when you say it. Like we got some wild toys back then. I don't think my brewing is up to yours, Melanie, or Swayze's level yet to suggest you play one of my brews. You'd be surprised. Like sometimes regular folks come up with some good brews. It ain't all up to us creators. Like we've had stuff. Matter of fact, there was one just last week in the Discord. We'll keep this. That was it Catastrophe? I think came up with one in the Discord that I thought was pretty cool, and I would actually play it. Honestly, I was thinking about making a video of it, but we're already at the end of the season. I was working on getting turtle stuff, but definitely one I would consider for sure. Alright, we're gonna Arabella. Could have went for Last Ronin there, but realistically you kind of force the opponent to deal with Arabella this turn if they have a way, which they don't, which is great. So that opens up a lot of doors for us here. Discard, make your thing big so we actually can't get value from our Arabella. Fair enough. So what do we want to do here? Like, if we attack with Arabella, she only gets 2. So it'd be a 3/5. It's not the best. It's probably not worth doing, realistically. We're probably just supposed to unlock the room for 3. And then next turn, if we can find a land, we could do both of these on the same turn. And that's actually more valuable. So let's do that. Also a world where we can unlock the other side of the room. Oh, we missed terribly. Oh, that was by far the worst case scenario. Damn, that hurts. That makes me very, very sad. It'd be hard to be worse than that. I don't even know what we do here. Oh, looks like they're gonna discard something. They're going to the graveyard for something. Oh, they're just probably doing a delirium count. Yep, that much we figured. So that doesn't surprise me. Yep. Sure, we'll take the hit twice. No blocks. Actually, maybe we take it once. Because they can't block anyway with this. Man, we needed that to be a land so bad, and that's not a land either. Damn. Ah, man, that hurts. That hurts so bad. This is all we can do here, really. Just to not waste the cards. Or else we risk dying in other combinations of stuff, so. Eesh, that hurt. Would have been difficult for that to be too much worse here. Alright. That untaps. We could get rid of the Bloodghast here. Just trying to think, like, how much could we realistically take? And how much can we do next turn? Opponent's at 17. If we were to draw a land, we could... That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Maybe play the other room. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That wouldn't be enough. We could bounce a token, though. And that could be... Alright, we pick up a token. Let's say we have 3 of these. So then that would be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Nope, still not enough. I don't think we have a combination that works here. That's tough. I think we just have to block 4, go to 4. Yeah. And then this 4 comes through and we go to 4. Maybe if we get an untapped land, we can make some Last Ronin tokens to block with. The problem is, though, we risk dying to the Cool But Rude after that. So we actually can't even do that. We have to block. Otherwise, just being at 4, we automatically die. Because then they just level up and then draw and discard. Ah! Ugh. Yeah, wasn't meant to be, y'all. GG's. Man, God, that's a terrible way to lose. Such a terrible way to go. But it happens. The thing is, if we'd have drawn another land anywhere in there, we could have had a turn where we, like, play Last Ronin, make 2 bodies, then the next turn maybe unlock the rooms, attack for a bunch, but we just never had the ability to play more than 1 spell in a turn. Even with us playing so many cheap things, we had one turn where we played this, and the rest of the time we couldn't really play two things effectively. Like, even here, I could have made some bodies to just not die, but that's not going to help us. We're just dead the following turn. I do feel you. You should play totally my original, never before seen Is It Lessons deck, but only one plays 3 Grand Grants. Yeah, that is a little tough, right? But again, you know, it's more, and don't be wrong, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with people being excited to show creators their deck and gets to play with their stuff or whatever. Like, that's really cool. I get it, right? And you feel like you get your moment in the sun in your 15 minutes, and I get all that. But the problem is, and I've talked to even other creators, once you help somebody or people realize like you're taking deck lists from your YouTube comments, from your DMs or whatever, you just start getting so many of them. And it kind of derails everything else. So I tell people, even for me, like, I just like having DMs for business things or to get my attention onto certain things, which is good. And I'd rather not it be flooded with a bunch of deck lists. So I at least have a thing in the Discord where it's like, hey, come post it in the Discord. We have a whole thing for all the different formats, and people are in there working on decks all the time. And if you do have something cool, maybe we'll feature it and talk about it. But yeah, it's not really to be mean of just like, I don't like your decks and I want to post it. No, because people have had some cool stuff. When we've done the open call streams, like, we've had people have some sweet ideas, honestly. And some of them I've incorporated even if I didn't use the decks. So there's been some cool stuff. I think sometimes people can surprise you. For me, it's just a matter of procedure, right? And then I also don't want to get in the weird things, too, of, like, somebody who's now posting their list on, like, every single comment section of every video till you pick it because you pick somebody else and you haven't picked theirs. And, like, I don't want to get into all that either because that just feels bad and gross, and I don't want that to be a thing. So I tell people, if you want me to feature a deck list or you have an idea you want to work on, hop in the Discord, links in the description. Come in there and post it in the standard section. Because just people posting them in comment section, there's just too many ways that goes bad, and I don't like it. All right, this feels like a reasonable start. Okay. I don't hate it. We're going to do this and then torch. Though arguably it could have been a better turn to Ronin technique here. Because next turn I could have still like torch plus gallery, where now I can only do one thing really. I mean, I can still torch and maybe I draw 1 mana thing, but we'll see. But yeah, our last Ronin technique was probably better there. Iron Shield Elf. Well, that's cool, I guess. Alright, we'll make you spend another card. Just for sport. At least it's more cards they're not getting value off of, and it's tapped here, so that's also good. Okay, so that kind of worked out still. Making the opponent spend 2 cards there, totally worth it. We did get Wingnut, but I don't think this is particularly a Wingnut turn. We can attack for 4. I guess maybe we go for it, huh? Alright. Because you need Wingnut to attack to get the +1/+0. Also, if the opponent plays enough cards here, or spends enough, we could end up using Headliners to get rid of the Iron Shield Elf. So that could be a thing. I mean, we can give it haste, but it doesn't do anything from here. Alright. And if the opponent takes the turn off to get rid of a creature here, that's probably still just as good. But we want an untapped land here, would be the best case scenario. Because then we could do all kinds of things. Alright, just a cool but rude is fine if there's nothing else. Like, that we can live with. Okay, they're getting rid of a land. Interestingly enough, that's a land they could have played and actually done something. So they must be looking for a removal spell here. We are also only at 13, and they can do 13 in a turn without a lot of effort. So if we don't get an extra land, we may have to think about keeping a blocker back. Or leaving mana up for Headliner, just so they have to tap or something. Yep, I was afraid that might happen. So, opponent's at 12. If we attack, let Wingnut trigger, that ability on the stack. If we play this, that'd be 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we just do this. And then we attack, and that should be enough. Wingnut on the bottom. Yep, that works. Flying, sure. Haste, sure. There we go. Okay. Whew. Got there. Yeah, see... Y'all saying that Wingnut looked different, and it's probably why I don't remember it. I feel better, because I thought that I was beginning to think this is a weird, like, for real Mandela effect, where I'm like, man, I watched a lot of Turtles in the 80s. I haven't watched them movies. I know about Go Ninja Go, right? Like, I remember Vanilla Ice and all that. So, like, I was a little like, what is this character? Did I just forget this? But if it looks different, then I get it. Then you're offended I haven't played your deck anyway. Fair. You're welcome to be offended. I can't tell you how to feel. And plus, a lot of players have seen most decks already, so it's not new original. That's also fair. The OG Wingnut was male. Oh, okay. That would make sense. We go first. Yes, we're keeping this. You know, Wingnut getting haste doesn't even feel like it does much of anything. Like, that feels a little weird to say, but, like, I guess way late in the game, it makes sense that it would have haste, but, like, meh? You know what I mean? It's sort of what it feels like. We'll play Wingnut. We at least get a flyer to get over this turtle, I guess. Torch, not quite big enough to get... Oh, actually, maybe. You know what? We could get past this 05 with the torch. Do this. Wingnut can have flying, I guess, here. Go attacking. I mean, I guess we could if we wanted to sacrifice Arabella. We're not... Actually, no. We could sacrifice this, the tutor after the fact. It's like this. Does it work? It does work. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, having haste doesn't feel like it does much on this, because I feel like you kind of want this out before you get to do all the other things. Man, are we going to die to Raph and Leo? Well, at least we have a blocker, I guess. So that's something. Fly, buddy, fly. Go attacking. Not blocking anything here. Alright. More. Not that it matters. Oh, that's crazy. So you get to keep choosing? Oh, yeah. Alright, so you can just choose the same thing over and over, I guess. That's wild. Double trigger the attacks on Raph and Leo? That's awesome. That's some Cheech McGee stuff, but that's awesome. Yeah. That is great. I ain't even mad at it. That's awesome. Alright, lots of triggers, lots of stuff happening here. Should be way more than enough. Arabella plus all this, pile of Wingnut triggers. Like, opponents dying before we even get to... We can't even resolve the wingnut triggers fast enough. You know, that felt like a best case scenario for wingnut. I guess the last couple of games have been. Getting the extra +1 is the big deal. The attacking, like, the flying and stuff is nice, but you almost don't ever care about the haste. And the flying and the menace kind of matters if they do have just, like, one blocker, I guess, in the air. But when it works, it's not bad. It's not bad. All right, we're going to play another couple of games, and then that'll probably be good on this one. Despotic Girl. I don't know who that is. Ew, this is... I'm going to keep it. This is a bad keep. But I'm kind of curious what happens if we just have a game where we're just making a lot of tokens. So let's go ahead and play this on Mountain, right? Because that'll still let us... Alright, let's do that. Take our 2. So we still have a chance to shoot something with Torch the Tower. Oh. Well, then there's that. Wow, we're doing Shredder and Town Greeter. I don't know what this is, but it's probably bad for us. For real, I have no idea what it is, but I'm going to assume it's bad. Overlord, alright. Whoa, opponent is in their bag. Look at this graveyard. What is going on? Alright, so we're going to... Jeez, I can't do that, actually, if I want to do Frontline Rush. Alright, so we're going to do this. Frontline, make a couple bodies. Attack. Alright. And then see what they do this turn. I mean, that deck feels like it could have anything right now. And another Overlord. Wow. Okay. And Overlord of the Belmerk. Eulogist is in there too? How many elves are you playing? There's so many things happening right now. Alright. If we do this, we're attacking for 2, 4, 6 that get through, plus draining with Arabella. And then we could possibly just win next turn. Alright, I'm down. Let's go for it. I don't know what kind of crazy thing they're doing. Whoa, they didn't even want to block a creature that would just die there? Oh. Okay, Town Greeter's not so scary. Oh yeah, we're good now. Another Overlord's not enough. We can just make a headliner attack, and that's it. Wow, opponent's deck is so crazy. This is what you get early in the season, man. People play some wild stuff. Apparently, Wingnut and Donatello bond over their love of anime. That's actually... Like, Wingnut and Donatello bonding over their love of anime. That's kind of cool, actually. I didn't remember that being a thing, but that's a fun little factoid to just kind of put in there. Yeah, I don't know what their deck was doing. We're reanimating, like... You're putting Michelangelo to put counters on stuff. But where are the counters coming from? Just those two? Just with Shredder? Oh no, there's a Mutagen Man in there. Yeah, this deck's wild. I 100% have no idea what was happening, but it looked kind of sweet. I feel like they were one turn away from setting up whatever it is they were trying to do, and they might just go off. But yeah, that's a crazy looking pile. Oh, you didn't know that till you looked it up on the wiki. Wow. The whole Ninja Turtles history is kind of crazy when you look all the way back to, like, if you go read the story of Eastman and Laird and of like how the book ended up getting popular and then how they had like a falling out and then they came back together and then people tried to license it and then that was a whole thing, and then eventually they made the last Ronin book, which, by the way, if you haven't read that, go to your local bookstore, pick it up. It's still available. It's really cool. Like, so much going on there. And, you know, and then licenses with like the books and the toys and whatever. And then, you know, Universal, Nickelodeon getting their percentage or whatever. Not Universal, Paramount, you know. So it's crazy. There's a cool history there with those two guys. Also the fact that, you know, there was like this whole thing when people found out Ninja Turtles originated because they were fans of Daredevil. So they have Daredevil-like origins, right? They have their own ninja martial arts thing, whereas they have the ooze, which was like the radioactive stuff that got on Murdoch, and Murdoch had Stick as his guy that taught him, so they got Splinter. Like, it's like, if I squint real hard, I do kind of see how this is the same thing. Okay, let's keep it. All right, let's... Yeah, we're just playing this. If I have to torch next turn, we're just torching next turn. NT. All right. Oh, that's actually a perfect card to draw here. Thank you, deck. I don't even have to think about what to play. We can just do this and attack. All right. Yeah, I heard there was another Turtle things that they were working on. I don't know if it's a TV show or a movie or whatever, but something's coming. We're gonna attack, sack a token, get rid of fear of missing out, I think. Target that, get rid of one of these dudes. Wingnut, you are not what we're looking for here. Even, well, maybe. I'll just draw it just to draw it. Why not? It might matter at some point. Alright. We've weathered the early part of the storm. So what else do you got? That deck can pop off. So I'm not taking anything for granted right now. Like, they can go from 0 to like 16 damage real fast. Which even here, I'm thinking about either playing a creature or sacrificing it, or... Yeah, let's do this. We're attacking for 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Yeah, alright. I guess that's it. Well, that was kind of crazy. That just felt very systematic. It was play a guy, remove a thing, play a guy, remove a thing, play a guy, play this, game over. Like, I mean, we did have new cards opponent. I swear, there's a wingnut. Ah, well. It worked, though. Yeah, let's talk about this deck, though, a little bit. Ninja Turtles never die. They definitely don't. That is 100% true. The thing is, Ninja Turtles has had, like, a series of video games, action figures, what, like, I don't know, 6 movies? You know, like 4 different animated series, like 4 comic book series. Like, they've kind of just been around forever in every form you can think of. Let's do this. All right. So, I'm torn on Wingnut. I feel like there are times where Wingnut's just like, it's a 1-2. It's okay. But the times you get to attack with it, it's kind of sweet, right? And to be fair to the deck, there are going to be times where you play this, say, on turn 3, and then you play either Headliner or Nesting Bot, give Wingnut haste, Wingnut attack, so now all of your stuff has +1/+0, right? That could end the game, effectively. Because does he give it to other creatures? Okay, each other creature, not himself. So, or herself, I guess, in this version. But yeah, if you were to go like nesting any 1-mana dude into Voice of Victory, turn 3 Wingnut plus another 1-mana thing, like that's actually a reasonably strong turn, right? And either of these making an additional creature then means Wingnut flies or has menace, so it doesn't even die during that combat step. So I kind of get what we could do with this as like the upper end. However, you are just going to win a lot of games because you're like, Arabella does its thing, or War Leader's Call does its thing, right? Or just play the room and deface gallery, everybody's +1/+0. The fun thing about the deck is it kind of won a bunch of different ways, but like all versions of this deck, it does have the ability to stumble. You could have potentially end up a little bit backed up by something like a Star Cage because everything's really cheap. However, that is kind of where Wingnut can shine, right? You can play your other stuff, that gets wiped away from whatever, and then you're like, cool, turn 4, Wingnut, Arabella, attack, or whatever the case is, right? Now I'm attacking, have another creature. You know, maybe that's enough, who knows? But it's an interesting idea. Would I say I would completely cut Wingnut from the list? I don't know. It's hard to tell from here. I feel like I would need to play more games to find out. But it was a fun card, and it's pretty sweet art. Like, this is the type of art I could see being the background of something or whatever on somebody's lock screen on their phone. Because it is a pretty cool looking creature. But yeah, I don't know. We're going to put the list over on Moxfield, like always. Y'all can check it out, see how you feel about it. But if you like playing tokens anyway, you like Boros tokens, this is another way you can do it. And it's actually pretty cool. So I don't know. But that's all I have you for now. We'll see you next time. All right, we got another one in. What is that? Boros tokens. Also, if y'all missed any of the videos earlier, we played Jun Surprise, which was very cool, where we played Big Krang, so that was fun. We played Simic Mutagen, which that was kind of fun. And, oh, we played the Mono White Aggro, I guess we'll call it Ninjas, because there was a lot of Ninja Turtles in that list. And then earlier in this stream, we played the Mono Green Surprise, which was pretty fun, because we got to kill people with flying bovines. That was interesting. We played Rakdos Sacrifice, which was a lot of fun. And then the last two, we played Boros Robots and Boros Tokens. So all very fun stuff, if y'all haven't checked any of those out. So yeah, could be a blast if you want to check any of those things out on the previous streams. So that brings me to the next thing. What do we want to do now? Because we've kind of done what we need to do for video-wise, right? I got footage. Like, I have enough to make 7 videos for YouTube. Plus, we still have tomorrow's video going up of the overrated, underrated cards, right? Between me and Dev's channel. We have a single card strategy video on Friday from the, with Shredder. And then we'll also have the podcast. Color Magic will be going up. And then regular videos over the weekend. And then a drop on Monday for the overperforming, underperforming crafting guide, if you want to get that as well. So lots of content on YouTube coming. And when we get to Monday, I'm pretty sure we will be 1 week away, less than a week away, actually, by the time we get to Monday. We'll be almost to the day, 6 years of consecutive videos posted on YouTube. Literally every day. We have posted a video every single day for 6 years. Most days you get more than that, because I think the average is like 1.27 or 1.3 videos, something like that. So lots of content that y'all have had on YouTube. And these are actually long form videos, not just like, oh, I posted a short today to make sure we made the daily count. Now, down the road, I'm not saying I'm not opposed to doing that, but that wasn't the case here, actually. We actually posted real content every day. And we have a whole series of stuff where we've helped people with deck building. So we did videos breaking down like what percentage of lands, creature spells you could have if you're playing like control or aggro. We did how many colors of each land do you need to produce to play all your spells on time or whatever, right? So we have a lot of different stuff on the YouTube channel. You should come check it out. We have a lot of content if you haven't seen it. So please, I would welcome you to follow me on YouTube. Hit the like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Hit the bell so you get notified, especially if we start streaming more often, because it seems like a bunch of y'all like streams. So maybe I should just be streaming more often. I don't know. If y'all like it, maybe we should be doing it more. So maybe I got to carve some time. Maybe I have to make like a set day. Maybe I wake up on Mondays and we just, maybe not Mondays. Mondays kind of a work day. Maybe Tuesdays in the morning we could stream. Tuesdays and Thursdays could maybe work. I don't know. Some of y'all like to see streams in the evenings too, though. So I like varying it based on what my schedule allows and whatever I have going on. Because while it is nice to have a set schedule, it's tough because I know from my metrics, I have a lot of people that watch from like Germany, you know, as an example. And if I only streamed in the mornings, then it wouldn't work for some. If I only streamed in the evenings, it doesn't work for some people. So I kind of like varying it up so everybody gets a chance to hang out. 6 years of consecutive videos on YouTube. Are you the first to do that? No, I'm definitely not the first. Like, now, okay. Not going to insult anybody, so I'm not going to say anything about the channel. But I have seen a weather channel in one of my Discords where I help people with YouTube and we just discuss a bunch of stuff, that he's posted videos every single day. Now, granted, he just now hit 10,000 subscribers after doing it for like a long time. Like, I don't know, like 5, 6, 7, 8 years. But his are a lot of like not great postings. I don't know. I'm sure somebody's done it because there's a lot of people that do video game content, you know, that just like play a level, post a video, play a level, post a video. So somebody I'm sure has done it. In the Magic space, as far as I know, I'm the only one, as far as Magic creators, that have kept that long of a streak. CGB previously, though, when I was starting, I was like in year 2 of my streak, maybe. And he had hit like 3 years or 4 years, and then he broke his streak. So, I don't know. I might be the only one at 6. But here's the thing. Nobody should be trying to do 6 years of content in a row. Like, seriously. It's a dumb idea. I just happened to be in a situation where I was able to work it out. But at any given time, if something happened and I broke the streak, I wouldn't have been heartbroken over it. I definitely could just have it break and be okay. But yeah, it's a neat idea to just have something up every day and kind of get to see all of y'all come through the different chats and YouTube comments and get to meet everybody. And, you know, it's a little bit different. But anyway, that aside, let's get done with this. And, if I claim, can we go into build while I'm in this? I think we can. So what do we want to do? What type of deck have you not seen today? Or what card have you not seen today that you want to try to build with? This is our chance as a chat, as a group. It doesn't matter if you're on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. What do you want to see? Because we have access to all the cards right now. So anything is possible. Because we've already rocked out with 7 different lists that were all very fun. And pretty good, honestly. So no gripes there. We have plenty of content for video footage. But it's like, what else do we want to do here? A blue-white Don deck. Well, yeah, that's being... I feel like we could do colors or we could do specific cards. Once you're trying to like dictate the colors and the cards, I don't know if that's gonna work. But I think there's probably enough love for Donatello as a whole that maybe, but I don't even know. Yeah, y'all are gonna have to deck build with me the way we gotta do it, because this is just how I work. I don't do horizontal deck building. But honestly, like, real talk, like when we're looking at cards, when you go this way, it's like, all right, I get 2 more this way, but I feel like I get to see 10 this way. So I'm looking at 7 cards or 10 cards. And then when I want to add, it's only 1 click, plus or minus, once it's in the deck list, right? Whereas here, a lot of times I have to like click the card first, then hit plus or minus. So like it's little stuff, but when you're just on efficiency, this is the better way. That's a huge accomplishment. Yes and no. I mean, like, yeah, it's a lot of work, and meeting the goal and getting there every day is cool. But realistically, if all my videos at least did double views, I'd be a lot happier, even if I only posted like 4 times a week. Like, I would definitely take that if that was a trade-off. Let's see. So we have a Donatello that Whenever it deals damage to a player, create a token that's a copy of target artifact you control. I mean, if we did this with something like Bunny Corn and a bunch of artifacts, maybe. That's probably a thing. I mean, sneak to draw 2 cards. That's fine. This is when an artifact you control enters, you put counters on this. 3 mana for a 1/2 that you have to grow later feels kind of bad. So I'm not super excited by that. Also, man, what's up with this art? Why does he have so many teeth? Like, what is, like, I don't know if y'all can see this clearly on screen, but gosh damn, what's happening in this art? He is having a moment on this rocket. Like, I don't know why I didn't see that before. Because, like, here, this is like classic Ninja Turtles, right? He's smiling or whatever, but here, I don't know. His eyes were bugging out. Like, that's the thing. And then Big Donatello, the mythic, is put 3 counters on target artifact you control. If it isn't a creature, it becomes a creature. If an artifact you control is put into the graveyard, if it had counters, you can put those counters on another artifact creature. There's probably a world where you play the rare and mythic in the same decks. Like this Donatello, when it enters, if you control an artifact, draw a card. We're not playing this. Like the common one, if I'm playing limited, obviously, like the common one we play it, it's a 3/4, draws a card. But for constructed, it's not making the cut here. CGB is up there, I believe. The one that has him beat is probably the Professor. Professor in years, yes. Professor's in like year 11, but he posts like 2 or 3 videos a week, I think, generally. So, I don't know. I would say CGB probably has more total content, but the Professor obviously has more years on everybody. Yeah, I don't even know where we would start here. Like, does this look... Alright, let me park one of each of these over here for now. Because we're going to play some number of them. Probably like 4 of the small one, 3 of the big one, I would think. I don't know how accurate that is. Then if we go Bunny Corn, right, we could play some number of these. And then... I'm just trying to think like how we're making more artifact creatures. I guess like Springleaf Drum. Because I can make it easier for us to cast some things. We could play Nesting Bot, because that's an artifact and a creature. The problem is, too, though, once we play the Donatello and we sneak, it's like... We need the payoff to be good enough, because otherwise there's like, okay, I copied a, I don't know, random creature, and now he's just a 3/2 on board. Wizards should do an award show to acknowledge you guys. I mean, I don't think we need that, realistically. And if anything else, it probably just generates more animosity from people than it's worth, realistically, because humans don't know how to act. So it would just be like, oh, well, why are they featuring CGB and not Ash Lizzle? Or why are they featuring Power Dragon and not Swayze? Or whatever the case is, right? Like, somebody would be upset. So I don't think, and nothing against Ash Lizzle or Swayze, by the way. They were just names that were other big creators that came to mind. But I don't know if that really benefits anybody to do that. If anything, the best thing I think Wizards can do, honestly, is keep coming up with fun projects that creators can be involved in that are paid gimmicks. And then they can just get paid for doing some work, right? Like, remember a couple of years ago, toward the end of the year, where they did the weird deck building challenge that was like a game show, and it almost was similar to like the Great British Bake Off kind of a thing. And that only had like 3 episodes or something too. I thought it was going to be a lot longer. But something like that would be fun. We're like, hey, we're going to pay you, bring you in, you film this stuff, you do this project for us, whatever, boom, get a check. Awesome. Right? That to me is much better for the streamers than anything else you're going to do. Like, I have awards. I have awards from when I had my game store. I have a couple of industry acknowledged awards. I have from year 1 or 2, we were like best new podcast, best new streamer. I have those. Like, those don't do anything. Like, they're cool to have, and I can brag about a thing, but no offense, but like, who cares other than me? You know what I mean? Like, realistically, like, they only matter in the sense of when I'm trying to help somebody with their store or something and be like, no, I know what I'm talking about. I have credentials, but like, otherwise, they don't really mean anything. But if you invite me to more projects where we can go out and do stuff, and you're going to cut me like a $1,200 check or something, then like, great, let's do those things, you know? Let me do more arena video commercials for social media and stuff like that. Like, that's more beneficial to your creators than an award show. Like, even when like Twitch does their streamies or whatever, and they give awards to the top guy, it's like, okay, but those are all people that are already making literally like $1 million a year. So, hell, a lot of them are making more than $1 million. So what does an award do for them? You know what I mean? It's just another excuse for them to get to be public, and it gives Twitch a chance to get a bunch of views and make some money having the big names all in one place or whatever, right? It's more of a thing for Twitch than it is for the creators. Like, so, Do I have a favorite TMNT video game? No, them damn things were hard, man. Like, I played them. I was about to say I enjoyed them at the time, but I played them at the time. I don't know if I don't know. They were like a war of attrition, man. I don't know if I would say, in hindsight, I even remember having fun. But there was a point where, like, I'm gonna beat this damn game. You know, that's what they felt like. Yeah, all right. So we're back into this. All right. So, yeah, the synthesizer, like, lab ship, is that what it is? Because that was on my brain. Yeah, this, we can definitely do this. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, I just don't know, man. I mean, like, I don't know if the Donatellos are good enough. Yeah, screw that electric seaweed. That was some BS, man. Anybody who played that game knows exactly what you're talking about, Lev Dead, because that electric seaweed... And not only that, and you swam really weird, because the turtle swam, like, fully extended. So you had to, like, maneuver really slow to get around all this. Oh, that was... You know what? I just played Peak the other day, and I realized what I don't like about some games is that some of them are built putting difficulty in for the sake of there being difficulty, and it's not creatively done, right? Because when we played Peak the other day, we were all kind of surprised that, one, it just generates items, and some items do literally nothing, while the other items would literally help you in the level. So you can have just like a random balloon generate that doesn't do anything, or a bugle that doesn't do anything, when you would rather have like a rope to climb or whatever. The game doesn't give you a compass. Well, it gives you a compass, but the compass doesn't do anything, which is weird. It doesn't give you a map, so you don't even know where you need to go up the mountain or whatever. Like, you don't know what you can eat or not eat because there's nothing telling you what's poisonous or not. So it's like, I don't like games that are just difficult. Like, you can make the level difficult, but don't make it difficult just to be difficult. Let the difficulty be part of the experience and, you know, whatever. But I don't know. That's just me. I think if you like roguelikes, you'll probably enjoy Peak, honestly. Though, we're about to stream, what is that one? Damn it, the good popular roguelike that everybody likes. It's coming out with a sequel that you could play up to 4 players. So we're probably going to start playing that on Tuesday nights on the Magic Mike stream. So that'd be kind of fun. And playing with other people will probably be enjoyable. But man, I tried playing it by myself. Did not do it for me. Let me bring it up so I remember what game I'm talking about here. Because I'm going to feel really bad if I'm telling this story and everybody's going, what the hell is Power Dragon talking about? Oh, now Steam needs to update. Never mind. I was going to look it up on my account and see what it is. But it's the one popular one, the card-based one. But I literally played it for, I don't know, like an hour. And then, yeah, Slay the Spire. That's the one. Like, literally played it for, I think I only have like an hour's worth of time in. I thought it was 2 hours, but I think I only have an hour's worth of time in on it. Literally got through, died, and it was just like, oh, I have to start from the beginning and do this all over again? Like, nah, I'm out. I literally just turned it off, never played again. For as much hype as that game got, I literally was done after that. And it's because, like, I just value my time too much. Which, don't get me wrong, people love that style of game. So I'm not saying the game sucks or anything. But I just value my time more to where, like, I don't want to play through the stuff I just played through. Like, yeah, this time I know where stuff is and I can plan better and I can get... But it's like, now I have to remember to get all the things and, like, stuff I did last time. I have to remember what choice I made. And I was like, I'm not looking to do that, right? So that's not my style of game. But if I'm playing it with multiple people, then I could definitely have more fun. Which, by the way, if you play Peak, try to play with 4 people if you can. 3 at a minimum. I don't know how anybody plays that game by themselves. It seems like it would be so difficult, even on easy mode. And the easy mode wasn't even easy, by the way. It's just less difficult. But honestly, sometimes, and this is a thing that's me just whining about video games here for a second. There are times I would rather games just have a baby mode so I could just experience it the way I want to on my time, right? Because the Elden Ring games look they have a sweet story and have some sweet villains. But I don't want to go through the grind of playing 100 hours in that game to get through it. I just kind of want to see the story and do the fun things and be done with it. And I would gladly hand over my $50 or whatever to play it. But knowing I have to do the grind, they're not getting my $50. And I get it because people that really love that style of game. And they'd be mad if there was a baby mode for people, which is weird because in games like Madden, if you're not experienced or you're new, you can play on rookie mode. But if you are experienced or you want to play tournaments and stuff, you play on all Madden, which is the hardest version. And that doesn't hurt anybody's experience. Madden still sells whatever it is, it's 10 million copies every year or whatever. Well, whatever. It's probably 6 million, but whatever. It sells a ton, right? And they make their money, and they keep doing it every year, and they still have rookie mode. They still have all pro, all rookie, all Madden, whatever. It's totally reasonable, but it's weird to me that games don't have the baby. Even Peak, I would have been cool just going through it to see what it's like to get to the top and do the thing. And that'd have been a 1 stream thing that we could have, maybe a 2 or 3 stream thing that we could have had fun with. But we literally played it last night and it was kind of yeah, that's probably one and done for us. We'll just look for another game to play, Anyway, okay, that's over. I think we only go big synthesizer if we were going to increase the cost of other things. But I think the problem is, if you go that route, there's really no reason to play Donatello. Either of them. Because if you're going to play synthesizer, the big synthesizer, you just don't even bother with all this small stuff, right? You don't have nesting bots, you don't have lab ships, because there's no point. Your other spells are just better. Honestly, the synthesizer, and we're talking about this one, for anybody that doesn't know, while we're in here deck building. Simulacrum synthesizer. Right? The decks that play this are mostly maxed out in the version they're going to be already anyway, right? They have good search cards. They have good sweepers, effectively, with Star Cage or whatever, right? They can splash the red artifacts. They can give everything haste all in one turn, so that's a thing they do now, right? They don't have a need to play any of the turtles. I mean, could you? Sure. Sneaking a Donatello through to bounce a golem to make another synthesizer or whatever, I guess, but that's so contrived that you don't really need to be doing that, because there'll be a lot of times that Donatello is just going to feel bad because they're not really attacking until they have their board set up. I don't know what a good I think the thing I'm still stressing here with this card is that even if it works, it's a one-time thing. And we're probably at best copying a lab ship or something. Nesting bot gets through, or I don't know, maybe the siren maybe gets through, and then you play Donatello to copy a lab ship. Are we happy with that? I mean, maybe. I have no idea. Don and Leo. This is 5 mana, though. Begin your in-step, exile up to 1 artifact you control. But again, now we need artifacts that have ETBs, right? If we don't have ETBs, they don't do anything. So now your deck has to be built differently. So now you're not just worried about copying artifacts. You need to have artifacts that actually enter the battlefield again and do stuff. Why is Donatello in blue Leonardo's color? Magic doesn't have purple, right? The same way we don't have orange. So you just kind of had to pick a spot for them. So their colors are more tied to their personalities. Whereas blue tends to be the tinker color, right? The draw cards, play with artifacts, whatever. So that's where they live. And the crossover is Don and Leo, where white also gets some artifacts and stuff, right? So that's sort of where they fit in. It's the same thing we did with Avatar, where people flipped out because they're like, why did we make the Fire Nation black and whatever? Because they're the bad guys, right? They line up with the color black instead of the color red. And that just makes sense. You can still have some firebenders that aren't necessarily bad people, but the bad people happen to be in the color black because they're willing to do anything for power at all costs, which, you know, they were willing to just blow up a whole part of the map just to wipe people out so they could be the winners. You know what I mean? So it makes sense they were in black. Same thing here with Don and Leo, right? Leo is a leader. He cares about having the whole team together, whatever. And that's very white, right? Like as far as rally the troops, play all the tokens, whatever, right? That's their thing. So that just makes sense that they would be there. Can Donnie copy synthesizer? Little Don can. Just target artifact you control. It doesn't have to be a creature or anything. So you can copy lab shit, which is reasonable. Like that's a real thing. It's just tough because like after that, like it feels like all the other creatures with sneak, and I could be wrong. Let me look it up. Oh, never mind. Creature and then keywords sneak, not type sneak. Ah, I did it again. Dang it. Brain, slow down. What are we doing? I just want creatures that have the word sneak in them. Why is this so difficult? There we go. All of the others seem to also have some type of lasting or recurring effect, which is a big thing, right? Like this one, you gain life, put counters on it. This one, it just stays bigger for every creature you're playing. This one kind of doesn't, but at least holds a creature forever until you get rid of it. This gives you ability to replay stuff. Like, Donatello's the only one that it's a one-time thing. So you kind of need the ability to be a bigger pay. I go, oh, that's not... Well, even Michelangelo can do this multiple times. I mean, he has to connect, but if he does, you know... Yeah, so I don't know, man. I don't know what a good Donatello list looks like. I feel like it just looks like a bunny corn list, and we swap some stuff out for Donatello. I don't even know if we're playing Big Don. I think we're just playing Little Don. Realistically, I don't even know how many new cards. Unless you want to be... You know what? Maybe we could just go really aggressive. Let me look at everything from Ninja Turtles. And just look up creature. Let me look up creature and also type artifact. I mean, you could get away with playing Krang if you played enough artifacts. There's also this guy. It's unblockable if you played an artifact or had an artifact enter the battlefield that turn. Also can counter... counterspell that targets an artifact or a creature you control. That's not quite as good. Otherwise, this creature enters up to 2 other artifact control scry. Mauser, this creature can't attack unless you control an artifact. These others aren't great. As far as other options. Obviously, you could play Chrome Dome and you could get by with like Mechanized Ninja. Like, that's pretty cool. But this just feels like a worse version of the white-red and the black-red artifact creature decks. I think is the issue. So I don't know if... Man. Can we make this work? Can we make this work? Alright, what if we're not in this set? What other artifact creatures are there that could be worth playing? Because we're not going to mess around with infantry. Yeah, none of those are great. I mean, we could still play Siren. Siren's totally fine, because it does produce an artifact. That's the thing. Split Skin Doll's reasonable. We could at least consider that. Emissary kind of works, but it's going to end up pretty small. It's going to be like a 2/4 too often to justify it, I think. Yeah, there's not a lot that's super exciting, I think is the issue. Like, we could go full affinity and then just try to play Krang, Memory Guardian. I mean... But then you kind of only want Bunnycorn and Donatello to be the only things that aren't artifacts. So you can maximize those numbers. Which is fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But it sort of just changes the way you have to play stuff. We could go with those. Like I said, we could play... Well, Spyglass Siren. It at least generates an artifact, which helps. So that kind of counts. It's a 1-for-1 situation. If we wanted some defense, we could play some number of diversion units, and it also flies. So that's something. Like, we're a little bit grasping at straws here, trying to make this work. Couple of Krangs. Then it starts getting kind of thin. Oh, I should have put it on just white and blue. Yeah. Metalhead? Is Metalhead any good? Metalhead costs 5. Why would we play Metalhead? Yeah, there's like 0 chance we're playing this. Right? Return one of the artifact or creature. It doesn't even put it into play. It puts it into your hand. Sacrifice it. Put a +1/+1 counter on Metalhead for... Yeah, this feels bad. We're definitely not playing this, right? Like, this feels genuinely not good. Like, I don't think there's any world where we could be talked into playing this in a reasonable deck. This feels really bad. Y'all aren't just trolling, right? Like, this is bad. Because it's a 5 mana 4/4. Return something from your artifact or creature to its owner's hand. Oh, it's not even from the graveyard? So you have to have something in play to take advantage of this ability. So what are we trying to replay with this? At 5 mana. Yeah, I'm not playing this. I'm not playing that. I don't even know what... I'm staring at this card trying to figure out what will we even do with it. Like, reuse a Donatello, maybe? Is probably the upside. Yeah, I'm not feeling this. There's a colorless artifact creature that gives other artifact creatures toxic. Alright, let's see. Put in type artifact, type creature, and... Or is it just an artifact and not a creature? Maybe? That does it? So I put in toxic and nothing came up. So maybe just artifact that gives toxic. Oh, because I'm in white-blue. Never mind. Duh. That's why. Put in artifact toxic and it still didn't come up. Let me just put in toxic and see what pops up. Yeah, toxic's not a thing. You sure don't mean just death touch? Virulent Silencer. This thing. Whenever a non-token artifact creature you control does combat damage... Well, that doesn't give it toxic. That just says you get to deal 2 poison. That's a real card, but saying something is toxic is a whole different thing. But yes, it does give somebody 2 poison. Is that a thing worth doing? Don't know. No, it's when a non-token artifact creature you control. So we can't make tokens if we do it. So it is restricted. So you have to hit with a real creature. But it has to be a real artifact creature. I mean... Maybe? Like, at least this one, if I squint real hard, I can see the vision. You know what I mean? Like, I can see it. Is this the spot for it? I mean, we could make fugitive droids not blockable. We could make something fly with lab ship, so like maybe? Like, it's possible? I mean, maybe it's worth a couple of copies to try it. I don't know. Sounds insane, but I don't know. Maybe it's real. Yeah. So now is Bunny Corn worth it, since we want more artifacty things? But this is really another, like, no, honestly, here we are again where Donatello's not that great. Because, like, on our first couple of turns, what's the best thing we're doing, right? We play a fugitive droid or a nesting bot. Maybe next turn play another one and/or Springleaf Drum and a lab ship. If we're lucky, maybe we played a Bunny Corn. attack, but then, like, Bunny Corn's actually not that great because we're not making a bunch of bodies. Yeah, I just don't know what we're doing with Donatello, actually. Like, none of the scenarios I can think of. I mean, now at least we could copy a Virulent Silencer, but even that's a little weird because we would want the thing we have to connect and not Donatello. So we'd have to pick up, say, like a Fugitive Droid, not deal the poison, to deal 3 damage with Donatello to be able to copy the Silencer. Yeah, I'm not sure I dig that. Because we're actually making it harder to beat our opponent with poison by even playing Donatello. Unless it's a turn where maybe you play Droid, you play whatever on 2, whatever that's going to look like. Then turn 3, you play... Well, but even then, turn 3 you play Silencer, turn 4 you attack. Bounce something, copy the Silencer. Yeah, but then you just haven't done much, right? You've maybe attacked for like 6 at that point, and now you have double Silencer, but nothing that can punch through unless maybe you have a lab ship. Yeah, I don't... But again, if we start doing Ginger Brutes and blah, blah, whatever, like, do we even need Donatello again? The whole goal was to try to play Donatello. We're not trying to make a good Bunny Corn artifact, whatever list, right? We could do that a bunch of different ways. We could make... Even Virulent Silencer, we could just make a bunch of artifacts that are hard to block, right? Like, we could do that. But, or an affinity list, right? We could do that with Memory Guardians, Krangs, the thing that lets you draw cards for affinity, right? Those all exist and those are reasonable. But I don't know if there's a good thing for Donatello. There's gotta be, right? Like, I can't imagine both Donatellos are not great. No, I get Ginger Brute. We played Ginger Brute in an earlier list. I know what it is. I think Ginger Brute's a fine card. I don't know if Ginger Brute necessarily goes in the same list as Donatello does. That's what I'm getting at. Let me look up does machines. Does this do something? When it enters, mill 2 cards, draw 2, discard 2. When you level it up, return 2 artifacts from your graveyard to your hand. At 4 at the beginning of combat on your turn. Put 3 +1/+1 counters. I mean, if you can get it to 4, it's good. The problem is, until you get to 4, it's kind of bad. It literally just says, like, alright, you get some better quality of cards because you get to draw and discard. You then spend your turn maybe playing a 1/1 and then returning stuff from a graveyard to your hand. But then, I guess, unless you've played Springleaf Drum, you're not even going to be able to get it to level 3 till turn 5 at least. And then you're just turning an artifact into a 3/3. I don't... Man, I feel like Donatello might have got the short end of the stick of the Ninja Turtles. Like, I like some Donatello, but he might have got the short end of the stick because all the others have been pretty good so far. Like, we've seen Raph and Leo. We've seen various individual Raphs. We've seen Raph and Michelangelo, or Raph and Mikey. We've seen the regular Mikey that can put stuff into play, do pretty well. We've seen various Leonardos do pretty well. I don't know what we're doing with Donatello. If we're being honest, I don't know what we're doing with Donatello. I'm not feeling good about this. Oh, we can't even search for ampersands? So how the hell do we look for Don? Is there a way to look up? Okay, I can look up name Don. Does that work? Alright. Just looking to see if anything else just had Don in the title. Like Don and Leo, Don and something. But that's... We got Don and Raph. The next non-creature spell you cast this turn has affinity for artifacts. Well, but we're probably not going to have a lot there unless we just have some random artifact. But we're probably going to have artifact creatures, which happens to be a creature spell, not a non-creature spell, so that doesn't work. Dang it. Mikey and Don, you get to look at your top cards, and you can play lands or cast Mutant Ninjas or Turtles from the top. If you cast a spell, that creature, put it into play with additional +1/+1 counter on it. It's also a 4 mana 3/3. It does have Ward, though. Yeah, I'm beginning to think Don kind of got... there's got to be a build for it. Again, we understand that we can play these other cards. Like Technodrome, Chrome Dome, we've played it in other artifact lists already. We understand those are good Magic cards. We understand that playing affinities for artifacts is fine. We understand that playing aggressive stuff with artifacts and Bunnycorn is fine. What we're focusing on at the moment is there a space for Donatello? That's the goal here. And I don't know if Donatello just... Like, honestly, all those cards y'all listed are good. Not saying that's anything. That's an issue. No, I wouldn't play Donatello and Aang. That sounds bad, actually. Because then we're spending 2 mana to copy a thing, to just have Don, to have to play Aang to turn it back to our hand, to maybe copy something in later. I would honestly just play Aang and not play Donatello. So you can have a pseudo counterspell and then possibly reuse anything else you want to. Or save one of your own creatures. Like, Aang's just better than Donatello. I think is the issue. Yeah, that's where I'm at, Fearless, is that I just can't think of anything we copy with Don that's worthwhile. Right? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, like copying a memory guarding or something is cool, I guess. But the problem is, like we're saying, if Don is just Aang, is that better? You know what I mean? Or some pile of other cards at 2 and 3 mana. Like, there's more things we could think of, but are those just better than playing Donatello? And I think that's the tough part, because when we're looking at the other Turtles, like, the 2 Michelangelos that either 1, let you play creatures for free, or 2, give you extra +1/+1 counters, just obviously good, right? The Raphaels, they give you an extra attack step, or give you double strike, or whatever, like, obviously good, right? When we go through the other ones, even the Leonardos, right? Those are good, right? Gets bigger, you know, pumps your team, you know, can have first strike, has the stuff. Any mutagen angles to attack. We played a blue-green mutagen list in the earlier stream today. It was fine. Totally doable. I was just thinking you hadn't done a Don deck, but man, it's rough. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, there's just nothing... Like, we've used the other Turtles in list today, but I just don't know what we would do with Donatello right now. It's possible that Donatello is one of those cards that's going to be better, you know, later in the year, right? Is it possible? Like, just guessing. I don't know this to be true. I'm just taking a shot in the dark here, right? But let's say we get to the end of the year with Star Trek, and you could do some weird thing to copy, like a... Hell, I don't know, an Enterprise or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's probably cool. Or... I don't know, some amount of weird vehicles they might have available. Like, maybe? Or some weird artifact that Doctor Strange has in superheroes. Or something like that. You know, like, maybe that's when you want to play Don. But even this list, I'm just thinking, like, if we played Don on... We're probably not even playing it on 2, right? You're probably playing Don on 3 or 4. I don't love copying any of these. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine. And then Donatello himself is just a dude after the fact. That's the other problem. It's just a 3/2 that does nothing after that. So you need whatever you copy to be substantial. But yeah, sure, equipment, but what equipment? That's going to be worthwhile, right? Because all the equipment isn't great. You could copy, like, some sword. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even excited to copy any of the equipment. And the red-blue deck that can play all the artifacts just has better stuff to do than play Donatello, right? We've seen that. They can just play stuff and trigger their stuff that whenever you play an artifact, make a token, do all that. So, like, have done a black-green yet? Maybe you could be like, route. No, I haven't, but we could. I mean, there's going to be a lot of black-green decks of various varieties. There's a bunch of ways you could go. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking at this and just thinking, I don't know what Donatello does right now. At least the big one, like, all right, I'm turning non-creature artifacts into creatures and putting counters on them, and that at least does a thing. You know, like, it's something. But this just, I don't know. At 2 or 3 mana, I don't particularly love it over other stuff. And I feel when somebody figures this out, it's going to be really good. Right? When you figure out the thing you want to copy, or if there's some token that, like... The problem is, even all the ones that make other tokens are not big. Like, you'd be copying some 1/1 to play more 1/1s. You know what I mean? Like, and you could, and that's fine as a go wide strategy, but it's not great. You know? I feel like Golgarian Abzan would be better suited to build using the new TMNT card. We've literally played all, like, blue-white's fine. We've seen people play it. Like, blue-white is fine. Donatello is the problem. It's not the colors that's the problem. Right? The colors are fine. It's Donatello that's the problem. And we brought it up because a bunch of people are like, let's want to see a Donatello deck. And I was like, I think there's a reason we haven't seen a lot of Donatello decks today. We've seen every other turtle show up in list multiple times, but not Donatello, and I think there's a reason. Because the more I stare at this, I feel like I'm getting further and further away from what we could potentially do with this card. And I don't have a good answer, sadly. But I will say this. As a set, I think Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle has a lot of really good cards. Like, we found plenty to do, right? It's got good equipment. It's got good aggro creatures. It has some solid control cards even hidden in there. It's got cool tricks where you can, like, copy creatures in your graveyard and do some fun stuff. Like, there's a lot of fun deck building pieces. Somebody mentioned equipment earlier. Same question. What equipment do you want to copy? Right? Let's go. Let's look at all the equipment that would be in white, blue, or colorless. We definitely don't want to copy any of these. Like, maybe Planisphere? If you're in some... Well, no, because even then, we're not going to have enough spells. You'd be loaded with creatures for the most part. So that doesn't even work. That's actually good equipment, though. Cryptic Coat, no, it's going to be too slow. Not really what you want. Assimilation, Aegis. The problem is, once you get into a world where we're playing Aegis, it's like, all right, how many non-creatures are we playing? Great. Then how many things do we have that we're sneaking through with Donatello? Right? So that becomes a different problem. Giant's Craft Helm, that was a trap card for a lot of people. Excalibur, not really. Plus, it's legendary. I mean, Jete, but that's not exciting. Like, we could copy it. Buster Sword never really worked out either. People got jacked about that one, and it ended up not doing anything. Sword of Wealth and Power, it's like decent, but also slow. Yeah, I don't think we're copying any of these. Like, Aether Spark doesn't really do much, too slow. Ultima Weapons, too slow. Mirror Mind Crown is a super trap card, as we've seen. So, like, yeah, we really want... Like, I guess if you had, like, a free Leyline Axe, copy this, and then the next turn you could put in the new axe on Donatello. Like, that could be a thing. And then Donatello plus axe is funny, because he gets first strike and trample, or double strike and trample, so you could connect and then copy it again. So, like, I don't know. That'd probably be, like, the best thing you could do. Granted, that's very gimmicky because you have to have Leyline in your opening hand and all that stuff, but that's probably the best thing you could copy, honestly. Blue-red might be better with the double strict, like, but again, those decks are good without playing Donatello. Like, we've seen tons of them already today. Like, they have so many ways to just get multiple guys, sacrifice things, go wide, fling stuff at you. They could play munitions if they want to, you know, the weapons manufacturing. There's a bunch of ways they go. They're just better. You just don't need Donatello. Like, could you play it to copy, I don't know, like your robots that are making you more dudes? Like, yeah, sure, you could. But it's just not necessary. Blue-black with Don, sure. Enlighten me. What does that list look like that's significantly better than what blue-black already does? I'm not saying this to be argumentative. I'm very interested. If this is a real idea, I will hear you out. What's the black artifact that sacrifices opponent creature? Also the artifact that discards a card. Like, I mean, sure, but the problem with those is that then you're hoping just a straight up 3-mana Donatello works, right? I never get to join your live stream. Thanks. Seriously, you've helped introduce a wealth of concepts and playstyles. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Very positive words that I appreciate. As a creator, you don't get those enough. I get what you're saying though, right? Like, in black. I get what you're saying here. Like, you're saying play stuff like Bauble and where is it at? Tithing Blade. You know, those types of things. And then play Donatello. The trick there is you're then just playing Donatello because you're not going to have that many things early to sneak Donatello through with and copy, right? So you're just hoping to just turn 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to play Donatello. They probably have a removal spell because you don't have anything else they need to get rid of. And then you're just back to playing the Dimir regular artifact bounce whatever deck, right? And the other thing here is that the versions of these decks that exist are already better just playing the various white cards that just bounce these over and over and just replay them, right? You don't have to even connect with your opponent to copy it. You can just get more value the easy way. So, like, while you could do that, yes, it's just a worse version of a deck that already exists. I think that's the problem. Green blue vehicles? What vehicles exist? Maybe that's a thing. We're going down a rabbit hole now, y'all. Let's switch that over to green blue. I mean, I guess it could be blue black. I don't know. Let's put a green blue black and see what vehicles we got. So the only good early one is Schooner. Still standard legal for another whatever, like 11 months. 10 months, I guess. Phoenix Fleet Airship? That's not the best to copy because it can just copy itself. Not saying we wouldn't do it though and just speed up the process maybe. Fire Nation Drill, but it's legendary, so you don't really want to copy that. Thunder's Velocipede, Lumbering World Wagon. Those are fine. But again, here we're back to the same problem though, right? Like, what are we doing on the first few turns to set up whatever of these artifacts? Like, because here's the thing, right? We could play, say, like, turn 1... the fairy pirate, or the pirate, right? The 1/1. We play turn 1 Spyglass Siren. Then turn 2 Schooner. Right? Maybe that's a thing. And then we would... Well, the problem is, then you're not crewing the Schooner. Because you're not going to want to... You can't bounce the Schooner to copy the Schooner. That doesn't work, right? So now you're having to attack with your pirate and then sneak Donatello down just to copy the Schooner. And then on future turns, you're just using Donatello to crew a Schooner. Yeah, I don't know. That playline doesn't really work either. Because then we just have 2 Schooners and Donatello, which isn't doing anything. But then we use Donatello to crew a Schooner. But the question becomes then, would you have been better off just playing something else on 2 that could just do a thing and using the pirate to just crew the Schooner the first time? Right? Man, I feel like there's a thing. I feel like we're missing something. I feel like we're just really close and we're not getting there. But I feel like we're at least dancing around the ideas, right? Like we're talking about stuff and testing things and figuring it out. But I feel like we're just like barely not there. Like something's missing, and I feel like once somebody figures it out, it's going to be very good. But I don't know. It just feels like there's a small thing, something there that's just not hitting. Copy a reliquary? That's at least interesting. I don't hate that. I mean, that at least does something. Yeah, Donatello deck is outsmarted. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Hullcraver, Death Touch. Nah, we're not trying to do 1/1 Death Touch and stuff. Like, that's not really where you want to be. One of the deck building traps, and this is what I've told people about before, is when you get into that world where you start trying to justify bad cards to make another card playable, you're already on a slippery slope. Because then when you don't have the exact 2 or 3 cards together, you're just going to have your deck's just going to be completely underpowered, right? You're going to have this junky card that doesn't really do anything, and you're just never going to get ahead, right? And even when you get the exact cards together, they need to really do the thing, or it's just not going to be worth it. So, like, maybe if we weren't worried about, like, Virulent Silencer, we play some number of Schooners. I mean, Springleaf Drum, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. That's a future consideration thing, I guess. Hell, maybe we don't even need it. I don't know. And then we go back to the Pirate. And then we get Spyglass Siren in here. How many artifacts are we going to have that aren't creatures, though? I guess Lab Ship. Really, just Lab Ship, huh? That makes Big Donatello not great. Because that only does stuff for... Oh, why'd I do that? He only does stuff for non-creature artifacts, right? Put 3 counters on target. No, it's artifact you control, not artifact, non-creature artifact. So that maybe we could play 1 or 2 of these. Whenever artifact you control is put into a graveyard from battlefield if it had counters on it. So we could move the counters to another creature. I mean, it feels a little slow and clunky, but it's maybe fine. Like, I don't know. We're just in deep waters here, man. We're just trying. I don't know. We're getting into some mess now. Spyglass. Maybe we don't need Nesting Bot because it is blockable. I don't know. Mindslaver. What? Is that even a thing in Standard? I don't know what we're talking about. Yeah, Mindslaver doesn't come up. Or is it Mindslayer? I don't know. If we're talking about the big things, the 10-1 or whatever, like, those are bad. What about the blue creature with affinity for artifacts? Well, we have one of them already. We have Memory Guardian. And technically we have 2 of them. We have Krang. And those are quality for what we're doing. It's fine. Nesting Bot, cut one I guess we cut Bunnycorn, really. Doesn't really fit the list, because we're not making a lot of bonus permanents with this list. So if something has to go, it's really Bunnycorn. It's a good-sized body if it sticks or whatever, but we're really kind of in on the artifact plan a bit more. So if we just go 4 Krang, 3 small Donatello, 2 big Donatello. Schooners, diversion units, Lab Ship, Spyglass Siren, Fugitive. I guess we could play 1 or 2 copies of oh, what is that? The case. Because that also makes an artifact, and then we can turn non-creature. Oh, can we only put it on... Put 4 counters on target non-creature artifact. Oh, so we'd have to put it on either the clue we made, a map, or a synthesizer Lab Ship. Because that's all we'd really have. Don't know how I feel about that. But if we only played 1 or 2 copies, I wouldn't feel bad. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. If we're not doing anything else, we're either just playing 4 Nesting Bots or 0 and just cutting out white altogether at that point. And I don't even know if that's the right decision. It's just a thing we'd be doing. Could it be historic or timeless was meant as a decent target to copy with Don? No, because even then, like, what deck is playing early creatures to sneak through something and playing Mindslayer? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's a real thing. Especially in a format that's trying to be faster. I don't think I'd even want to attempt that. Glyph, now there's a real card. We could play that. Glyph, we can talk about. Yeah, Glyph we can definitely play. That's still a thing. The affinity draw card is fine. I don't hate it. But if we're just going to cut white altogether and just go blue, which might be better, I don't know if it's really even worth it. And Glyph, you could at least put on, like, the Fugitive Droid that's hard to block. Right? Or something we get flying with Lab Ship, I guess. So, like, that's a real thing. I guess that doesn't really work, because it would turn it from a 5/4, yeah, into a 2/2, right? Because Lab Ship says base power and toughness. Yeah, so they would layer up, and that would work backwards. So that doesn't really work the way we want. So that's not great, but it's something. Krang is the only way to draw cards in this current list. But we are playing 2 Donatellos. What about going Simic and playing the Sentinel? That, again, like, Donatello doesn't do anything for that. We're going to copy a map. It's not about having artifacts. It's about how do we make Donatello better. That's the goal here. And really, the best thing right now is maybe Donatello to copy a Schooner or to copy a Guardian. And that's probably, like, our best bets. Right? At least big Donatello, we can just be like, all right, I'm going to put 3 counters on something. You know what I mean? Like that. We don't have to work as hard for that. That's just tap, put 3 counters on a thing, hope it's good enough, you know? 2 mana artifact, ETBs, draw a card. Like, I mean, that's fine. I mean, you could play that over the Schooner if you wanted to, if you just want to have like a better attacker, possibly. I mean, Schooner does give you some defense against like sweepers and stuff, potentially. But even then, I'm not set on this even being good. Like, this is just an excuse to try to play Donatello, you know? But yeah, I don't even know. I mean, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the relic. Like this thing. And it's fine. This is a reasonable card to play. I don't know if it's a thing I want to copy with Donatello. I want to be doing something better than just pay 2 to turn my 1/1 into a 3/2 and draw a card. Right? It's not bad, but I'd rather try to do more if we could. But yeah, I just don't know. Is this enough to make it worthwhile? I mean, it's a lot of artifacts. What else has affinity other than the big thing that like lets us surveil or whatever? Nothing else good. Just this guy. Which is a 5/4, and if you can play it for 3 or less, that's pretty sweet. It's not terrible by any stretch, but... And then there's this thing that lets you draw cards if we want to go back to playing white. Nah, Braided Net's too slow. Like, if we start going down the road of stuff like that, where we're talking about Relic, Braided Net, whatever, at that point, just play a Synthesizer deck. It's just going to be better. Just play Donnie, deck doesn't have... It's not about the deck winning a Pro Tour. It's just about the deck... Like, not even about the deck being good. It's about, is it even worth playing the card? That's what we're discussing, right? Because really, so far... And we've been on this for about 35 minutes now, right? We have gone through a laundry list of cards, and none of them sound exciting to copy with Donatello. And even the ones that are okay... The sequence you have to be able to copy feels worse than just doing the other thing, right? That's what we're going back and forth on here. It's not just, can we make the deck good? It's just like, does this even do anything, you know, of relevance? I'm just trying to look at a couple things here. Like, Relic at least intrigues me because it is some number of cards. And right now, the only way we have to draw cards is Krang, right? I guess technically there's maps as well. So I don't want to say there's none. So, like, maybe this is fine. I don't know. We could try it, I guess. It's 24 creatures, 23 artifacts. So we have plenty to copy, should be able to trigger stuff. Schooner is whatever, you know, like... Yeah, no, I'm with you. Like, I generally, Donatello is the only Ninja Turtle we have not seen used effectively today in our list or opponent's list. And there might genuinely just be a reason for that. Like, that's sort of the issue we're having. I just wanted to look at them again to make sure, right? We have this one, we can sneak and draw cards, but we're probably not doing that in this list. When artifact you control enters, put a counter on this. I mean, God, man, it's a 3-mana 1/2 that does nothing until you play something else. Man, if this was even like a 2-mana 1/1 with flying and had that ability, I would really, really, really consider it. But a 3-mana 1/2 feels so bad in modern Magic for constructed. Actually, at any point in Magic for constructed, a 3-mana 1/2 that you maybe get to give it +2/+2 next turn feels real rough. Yeah, we just can't play that one, right? It's just not a real option. And this one's just no chance. It's a 4-mana 3/4. You get to draw a card. That we can't even consider that. Yeah, maybe this has to be it. You know, maybe this is the best we can do. We'll just call this Desperate Donatello. Because that's kind of what this feels like, man. It's also no defense, by the way. We're really hoping we just hit our drops and do our thing with, like, Zoetic Glyphs and stuff. But maybe this is it. Maybe this is just the best we can do. Let's go play a couple games, man. This is gonna be rough. Actually, wait. Are there any lands we could play in this that matter? I just realized that. We didn't really look at any lands that could be important. Are there any that matter? With just blue. Agnicella is fine, right? That could help us to draw cards later. This makes stuff unblockable or uncounterable. I don't know if we really care about that. Wow, is that really it? I guess we play a couple of Agnicella just because. I mean, I guess technically maybe we could give something haste. Is that a thing we want to do? Oh, there's the... Yeah, you're right. The Starforge is worthwhile, actually. I wouldn't be upset at the Starforge. Maybe Fountain Port. I don't know how I feel about that, but possibly. But yeah, Starforge at least pump something up. We could play... Oh, what's the one that lets us... Like, you can draw and discard... Look at the top X cards equal to the number of artifacts you control. What is the name of that thing? That's one we could play for sure in this list. It might be further back. Hey, what's up, Phil? Yeah, we're still... We're trying to make a Donatello work. I don't know that we're gonna get there. But we're hoping. Dang, what is that land? It's one... Maybe I passed it. But it's one where you can discard an artifact, look at the top X cards equal to artifacts you control, and put one into your hand. I mean, since we don't have a lot of card drawing options, that would actually be worth it, I think. Vault. There you go. Yeah. Couldn't remember the name of it. This thing from Mori Vault. There you go. That's what we're looking for. I don't know if I play a lot of them, but I play one or two of them. And then maybe something like that? I don't know. I guess we could get away with one Agnicella, too, if we wanted to. That's a draw and discard option. I don't know. If we were going to do that, maybe we're better off just playing more for Mori Vault, though. Kind of a tough choice, actually. Yeah, maybe just look something like that. All right. This is probably the best we're going to do. We're going to take this into battle and just hope it's not terrible. I'll record these for posterity's sake. We spent like an hour working on this Donatello list, as it turns out. I don't think this is any good though, y'all. I think Donatello is just the worst of the new Ninja Turtles in the set. Though, if the game goes long enough, Big Donatello is probably worthwhile. Land destruction, we're not worried about that. Like, I'm not trying to, like, whatever. We want stuff that helps our stuff. If our opponent just gets a land that beats us, they get a land that beat us. We're not going to worry about that. Okay, hey, we got a decent start. We got a Donatello. That's kind of all we can hope for here, right? All right, cool. Surveil, you got it. We got a schooner. All right, let's schooner. Let's attack. Decent start so far. No, oh god, that's like the worst thing. Oh, the deck rewarded us. We got another Donatello. Why? This is such an ugly sequence of cards. What are we doing? Okay, sure. We're gonna crew up the schooner. Here we go, y'all. Oh man, this is so silly. Alright, we're gonna Donatello and copy a schooner, I guess? We're actually doing the thing with Donatello. I feel so ridiculous right now. Alright, copy a scooter, I suppose. This is the world we're in. This is so silly. This feels like it has zero reason to be working, but it is. And I'm so amused by this right now. Y'all have no idea. Yeah, we could give something a bonus. Oh, we have to tap untapped artifacts. Probably just tap that. All right. Yeah, schooner up, I guess. Sure. And then, like, what are we doing with this map? Donnie's not connected here. We know that. Like, that's out the question. So it's just, which of these are we pumping up? All right. Pay 1? Target this schooner, I guess. All right. Whoa. Do we get in with Donatello? I think we do, actually. I think we just say, if you have it, you have it. Whatever. Fugitive droid. I mean, I guess you can't block. So, sure. I mean, we figured they'd block Donatello. So, that's why I was like, we'll just attack and hope for the best there. I mean, copying a schooner worked out. I mean, they can give the bat death touch, but then we get a Donatello back when they block, so that's fine, too. Fairy has flying. That's not scary, so that's good. Though it can get death touch here. Nope, Deep Cavern Bat. Not this time, friend. Interesting, the bat's not attacking or blocking. Alright. We will crew up a schooner. And then we will crew up a schooner. Double schooner's kind of nice here, I'm not going to lie. Might as well try to put a map on the other dude that can attack, right? Like, what's the worst that happens? Yeah, Spyglass, Aaron. Do you do anything? I guess so. If for some reason they sweep the board, we can still have a 1-1 to crew a schooner. Alright, everybody in the pool, I guess. Yep. Yep. Also, it's an artifact that triggers are unblockable, guys. So that's also important. Like, you gotta block here or that's game. Oh, requiting hex. No! Well, I guess you didn't have to block. I was wrong. What little I knew. All right. Sure. Ugh, Quagfest. All right, cool. Or Quag Feast, I should say. Opponent, why are you not attacking with your Deep Cavern Bat if you're not blocking? That's so wild. Like, feels you got to do something. I mean, they might just have another removal spell here, but, like, I don't know. If you do, I do, I guess. I have to discard an artifact with this, right? No, just discard a card. Ooh. That's real. I think we're still going to try to put a map on this guy, though. Requiting Hex that. Sure. Fair enough. You got it. Okay, well, I have a card to discard now. Yep. Opponent goes to 2. We tapped the vault, though. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, well, we can try next turn. It's only for 1 card right now, anyway. Oh, man, are we going to get a win with Donatello here? Oh, Pump the Unblockable would have been lethal? Oh, I had 2 artifacts. You're right. You're right. I had 2 artifacts there. That's legit. Sure, returned that. All right. Play a land. Probably just going to go looking here. Because if we can make something unblockable, we just need an artifact off the top we can play. So that's probably worth it. Nope, that's sad. Not at all what we were looking for. Very disappointing. All right, pass the turn. Yeah. All right, there's a lab ship. That's all we needed. All right. Yep, we got everything we were looking for. Whoop, not that part. Let's just do this. Well, it doesn't really matter. It's just, we don't even have to. Cancel. We just attack here. Choose an attacker. This guy can't be blocked. All right. We still got there anyway, despite the mistake. Fear of isolation for a re-sneak. That just seems like we're trying to do too much. That feels like that could just be a better deck. You don't want to do that. All right, so we got a win with the Donatello deck. First time out. Survived, I don't know how many removal spells was that. They played 2 Deep Cavern Bats, a Requiting Hex, a Quag Feast, another Requiting Hex, and Emptiness to get back a Death Toucher. Oh, yeah, so we did get blocked by the Death Toucher once, too. So, like, yeah. Not bad. That felt like more of an ideal situation, though. We'll see if this works out again. That felt like, I don't know if I'd say our peak draw, but it was up there. We didn't have a lot of options coming after that. Though I do think we could get away with playing 1 more of the vault. Even just to dig like 1 card deeper, 2 cards. Because like once we've played all of our cards, lands are just terrible. So you'd rather just ditch land to get anything. Even if it's just to get another land so we're not drawing back-to-back lands every turn, you know? Been a mono blue control kick lately, and games have been taking forever. Yeah, because you're playing a mono blue control deck. Why would they not take forever? Like, you did that to yourself, bro. That's always been a thing. It's one of the main reasons I don't play a lot of control decks for content purposes, because y'all would only get like 3 or 4 games in a video. Whereas if we play non-control decks, even mid-rangey weird things, you get at least like 6 or 8, you know? And that's way more fun to watch. Don't got there with the confusion and the quadratic formula. Fair enough. You know what? I actually learned the quadratic formula in high school because you could sing it to the theme of Row, Row, Row Your Boat. True story. When I had to take the exit test, like the ACT and stuff, and that stuff came up, that's literally how I remembered it. It's kind of insane, but hey, you do what you got to do, right? But that's a true fact. That's how I remembered the quadratic formula. It's x is minus b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac divided by 2a. And I never got it wrong. All right. We did get a schooner here, which is super nice. So let's schooner up. Get our attack in. Then we'll play a land, play a droid, play a guardian. Steam vents. Why do I feel like you're just saving steam vents to get rid of our schooner? That makes me sad. And I don't want to be sad. I mean, we're a sucker. We're going to do it anyway. But, you know. Oh, maybe they don't have anything. Alright. Ooh, diversion unit. Here in this matchup? Absolutely. Sign me up. Because it just says, oh, instant or sorcery, not artifact. Maybe it's not as good as I thought. Hey, Chandra's here. The sweet art Chandra. Makes some motorcycles.
If this is the competition, I could win on an ornithopter.
No, discarding to draw, though.
Team, new plan.
Ooh, this means we might not want to overcommit. Because if they have any type of sweeper, we might want to keep something to crew a schooner. But at the same time, if the sweeper's not an artifact, we're better off playing diversion unit, right? Yeah, I think that's the case. Let's go for it. I'm willing to risk it. This is just like, if they have it, they have it. So be it. You got me. Actually, do we want to get rid of Chandra here? If we deal 3, they go to 12. The next turn, we could do 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Maybe 12 if we get the one. Yeah, it's probably still worth it. Alright. We probably should just attack them, but hey, there's a Donatello. Alright, we'll keep it for that reason alone. Ah, Donatello's 2-0! Why? Why is this a thing? Why are we winning games with this pile? This feels like it shouldn't work, man. I don't know. It is, but gosh dang. I feel like I'm just like stumbling through games with this deck and it's somehow getting wins. This is absolutely ridiculous. But you know what, though? This is how it goes sometimes. The number of decks I've featured on my channel where we just... I worked on it all day. I lost like 20 games figuring stuff out, whatever. And you get to a spot that's just really cool. Okay. We have Siren. We have Synthesizer Lab Ship. We have a Donatello. We got Crank. Okay, maybe this is a thing. If we could get another 1-mana thing next turn, I think we'd be happy. Because then we could, like, lab ship and something, and then Donatello increases the odds we get through and maybe copy a lab ship. That would be fun. Okay, there we go. So we're just going to do this. Play lab ship. I have to turn this on, though, right? It has to be at least 2 before it does anything. Maybe it's still worth it here, because we're not going to block Leonardo anyway. And I'd really just get some damage in. I mean, they're going to attack, gain life, and it's going to be a whole thing. So, if we're going to lose one, this is a list we're going to lose to, but is what it is. Oh, Glyph, though. Hold up. We could Glyph the non-blockable guy. We have to play an artifact, though. Ugh, what are we looking to do here? I mean, I guess we could bounce the map. It's not sexy, but it's a thing. That would make Krang cheaper. Oh, man, the opponent's going to gain so much life next turn, though. Sadly, I think we just have to glyph and hope they don't have Shelter by Ghost. Like, I hate it, but I think this is what we have to do. Like, get our damage in where we can, I guess. I mean, we're only blocking with the 5/4. Like, if they have anything else, we just lose anyway, so sure. Yep, there's Zora. Oh, looks like they do have it. Nope, it's an Essence Channeler. Okay. Problem is, they have a lot of legendaries, so blocking Aerith is actually not good here. But I guess we still got to do it. Yep. Lots of life incoming. Alright, we at least got a flyer. That's something. We could play... Can't play Krang yet this turn. We're just short. Oh, okay. What are we trying to do here? Just nothing and play Donatello? That sucks. Yeah, I just don't think we have an out here. Yeah, we just don't have a play big enough. Like, we attack with these. I mean, I could have played Donatello there to just, like, bounce a thing and replay it, like, copy a thing. Yeah, we're just giving them the GGs. Like, we'll just let them attack and win here. We don't have anything. We're not going to beat this list. We're just automatically not going to beat this list. So there's no point even worrying about it. Like, we don't have any defensive cards in here that matter. Unless we get one of our better draws, we're just losing. So I'm just going to let them hit us. All right, cool. And then we can move on. Yep, that's just one we're not going to win. Yeah, if we'd have had something faster, I think there's a world where we could have done it. But otherwise, they're just going to gain enough life there. If we could have had a sequence where Krang was playable there, Krang would have been like a 6 power maybe, and we could have done something. But without that, we just didn't have any outs, realistically. You got to get your big bodies, right? We could have had like our 3/4 flyer and some other things. Then we discourage them from attacking, and I think we have a play. But without that, I don't think you can win that. Hey, Josh, how's it going? Just follow me on YouTube. You'll be able to see all the deck lists. If you saw something earlier you like. Need to find a draw mechanic to add. The problem is, it's not drawing. It's just when do you get everything onto the battlefield, right? Like, we can draw cards, but that wouldn't have helped us there. We would have just drawn more cards and set there. You know what I mean? The issue was, like, we had the wrong sequence and couldn't get Krang on the battlefield. And when you're drawing, you're not adding affinity to the battlefield, so your affinity for artifacts doesn't work. So you'd have to have specifically artifacts that draw, which we talked about with the relic, which is possible, but then it doesn't do anything else, is the problem. Though occasionally, I guess relic could maybe tap something down. So, like, I mean, maybe that's worth considering. We will keep this. Go, go, Gadget Siren. Alright, here comes some life gain. Let's play Lab Ship. Not going to really do anything else here. I'm just going to attack. Don't want to use our... You know what, though? Maybe that's a turn where it's worth playing Donatello just to copy the map. And not play Lab Ship there. Like, I could see that being a real thing. Maybe I should have done that, actually. Because as it is, like, we're just not doing anything here. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a thing. I guess I should have done this last turn, though. I think I misplayed that turn, honestly. But sure. It's not where we want to be. We definitely did that wrong. All right. Sure. All right, GG's. I mean, that's literally it. Like, we're not going to beat this deck. Like, we needed our land drop there. Missing a land drop, we can't beat that. Like, even our best draw is not going to be good enough here. Even a Krang, we can't even get onto the battlefield. But this is what we were saying about Donatello, right? He does his thing once, and then what? You're kind of just left with Donatello, right? Doesn't really do anything. Yeah, we just don't have mana. Is there a Windfall sneak card? Nope. There's one that lets you draw two, or whatever. Well, yeah, there's not going to be many people on tonight, so you're going to be a lot of the same people. We're at 11:30 Pacific time. A lot of people already sleep. The lists aren't going to be up until later, friend. Like, I got to do all the videos and stuff. All right, let's keep it. Also, the Life Gain decks are going to look better than they should in early access because people aren't playing extra removal and stuff because they're trying to do fun things with new cards. So that's also going to be a thing you have to consider. Chrome Dome. Yep, we've seen a lot of versions of that. We even played a couple ourselves. All right, let's get Schooner down and see if we can turn this into something. Thank you for subscribing. Another Chrome Dome. Okay. Well, I guess at least Schooner's trying to hold the fort down here. Let's go this on the glyph, I guess. That'll at least keep the opponent's creatures at bay for a moment. Another Chrome... Jeez. Okay. Well, anytime they decide to let that Ginger Brute through, it's going to hurt a lot. All right. Let's go diversion units. Schooner. And I guess just attack for 5, because like at some point we can't just sit here. We're going to get beat on by a Ginger Brute. Yeah, you double block, you only lose 1, so totally reasonable. Do you get something good? All right, we get another artifact, though, that is relevant. All right, end the turn. Robots? Sure. Fortunately, we have flyers in 3/4, so that does play into our favor very well here. Krang hits the battlefield. We get to load our hand. Get to play Lab Ship. Use Krang to charge. Let's use this guy to charge the Lab Ship. We gotta get to 9 to have this just be a 4/4. All right. A backup Krang. I don't know how I feel about that. Just gonna do that though. All right, end the turn. Schooners are for real just stonewalling right now. Okay, well, now Ginger Brute's going to kill us in 2 attack steps. That's where the game is at the moment, folks. All right. We could Fugitive. Then go Krang all the way up. Then we could back up Krang to draw cards. Does this give any artifact? Oh, but it changes the base power and toughness, though. All right, let's see what we draw from here. Keep this one. Ooh, another Lab Ship. Wasn't planning on that. How do we not die? I guess you'd have to draw a land. No, because you just make that unblock. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 9 already? Possibly 10? Do we have a way to punch through? I'm just like, what can we do here? Am I supposed to be attacking with schooners at this point? I feel like the answer is yes. I'm going to do this, though. And then we'll turn... Oh, that actually has Summoning Sickness. This for sure with one. I guess Schooner with the other, because we can block with Krang at this point. Like, just got to get some damage in here. This has Vigilance, right? Yeah. Block with Krang, block with a token, block with... I mean, the problem is, because 10 at a minimum's coming through, we can't attack with too much here. That leaves us potentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blockers. Alright, we're okay with that, I guess. I mean, opponent has to do whatever they're going to do here. This is their big turn. Right? Because otherwise we just win with flyers. Alright, well, we're not worried about Ginger Brute coming over, so that's game. Yeah. So now we do this. Just turn this other lab ship on. We can draw to see some number of cards, I guess. Oh, no, this is the wrong one. Oh, that's the other one. Well, that's good to know. I guess we'll do it anyway. We'll just do it for 2, 3. I don't know. Like some number. Sure. That works. They don't really have anything else going on. All right, cool. Flyers got there, I guess. There was a chance that could have got dicey, though. Search your library for a legendary creature spacecraft. Or sad but fun option. Yeah, the problem, once you start playing other spacecraft, like, you have to add in another color. You know, because the other ones aren't great. Unless you want to play white. Because you can get the frigate. Like you're saying, you find the one that you can search for legendary creatures, whatever. Those are reasonable. But that worked out. I mean, good job, Schooners. I mean, we're starting to see a trend, though, right? The games that have actually worked out have been when we've had Schooners. Though I do think there is a world, like I said, where we should be bouncing the pirate to play Donatello or something. I think that's real. Okay. Siren, lab ship, Donatello. Big Donatello this time. Krang. Hey, we might, if we're lucky, get to block an O2, so they can't easily sneak here. That would be nice. Though sadly, it means now we can't do anything with our Donatello because we need to... Oh, well, now they have 2 things that they can sneak with. Never mind. Alright, so whatever they're going to do now. So... Now our question is just, is it worth it to attack with their own Spyglass Siren and see if they block? I mean, I would block if I were them, though. So maybe that's not good. The problem is, see, this is where Donatello's bad. And it's not worth it to go try to make a Spyglass Siren bigger, is it? I mean, maybe. Alright, I'm gonna do it. Okay, diversion unit. We don't... Well, you are a flyer. Let me hold that thought. I was about to say we don't really want it, but maybe we do. Alright, at least we can block and hopefully destroy one of these. But I assume they both come in. We'll block this one, I guess. Here comes some 1/1s, probably. Oh, no, this is the mill deck again. Alright, GG's. I mean, why are people playing this in this event? What are we doing, people? Alright, I guess we're gonna straight up just play Donatello. Alright. Alright, GG's. Like, who's, like, playing against these mill decks are just boring in early access. Like, what are we doing, man? I can't even use those for video footage. What are we doing? I know I sound grumpy, but, like, come on, man. We're all trying new cards and stuff, and, like, you're gonna roll in with mill decks? I'm just gonna be the grumpy guy. That's not what we're doing here. I don't even mind that. Like, in regular constructed standard, I bet those decks will not be that popular. Like, we've had so many versions of mill a bajillion cards, and unless you're just playing a control pile, it doesn't matter. Because there, the format's even going to turn into, let me just play a bunch of anti-artifacts, whatever, you know, and it's not going to be a huge deal. Yeah, we'll keep it. We have a billion things, and we'll have to find a way to get Krang down, but, you know, maybe we'll find another blue source. What are we doing? Oh, you clicked a little TV in the back, it like sparks. That's cool too. In addition to eating the pizzas. Alright, let's see what we find. There's Llanowar Elf. We did not find a blue source, so that was bad. I'm gonna go ahead and play this though. Smarter to do with our mana. Unless we were trying to get Krang down, then obviously... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Still only going to play one artifact to the battlefield here. If we played one next turn, we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... I guess we'd be able to get away with that. Oh, Mutagen Man is big business, though. And they didn't immediately use the Mutagen. That's mildly concerning. Alright. Go attacking, I guess. I have a feeling they're about to pump something very, very large this turn. Probably involving Michelangelo and something. Which is why they didn't crack that Mutagen token. Oh, Biospecialists. That's even cooler. That's way more interesting than what I thought they were going to do. Yeah, so we take 2. And that guy tramples. So that's just awesome. Yeah, we take 2 more. That's good stuff, actually. Yeah, cool plan. Especially if next turn, now they have extra mana, they could Mutagen like 3 more times. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I dig it. Alright. Let's go Krang. Ooh, that was not great. That was not real good. So if they just have another Mutagen Man, let's assume they don't even have a land. They just Mutagen Man for 3. That's 6. So then we're down to 7. That pumps this up to 6. Ah, we have to leave 2 blockers back. Ooh, that's tough. Oh, wait. If we make this a base power and toughness 2/2, does Krang's ability still pump it up enough? Oh, we're about to find out, actually. Because that could be relevant here to our interest. Alright, food at least takes a little more. Oh, no, because there's just -1. So, yeah, you can still crack the food here. That sucks for us. We can't beat him now. Oh, we got Donatello. Big Donatello. Damn. And Bristlebud Farmer also tramples. Oh, there is so much to figure out here. Do we want to sneak through 5? I mean, if we lab ship Krang, is that like the best thing we could do? Problem is, we probably have to keep Krang back, though. I don't think Krang's even a realistic option under the circumstances. Wow, that's a crazy animation. I'm just trying to think what happens next turn. And, like, do we want to leave... I feel like they're creature-based. I'm not going to leave up the diversion unit. I feel like they care about creatures, I think is what's going on here. So let's just go to the attack step. Because we're not going to kill them anyway. Like, we know they can crack the food. And we weren't going to do, 19 or whatever. Like, that wasn't ever a real option here. All right. This is kind of it. If they have anything where they get to sacrifice more stuff, I think we just die. Like another mutagen man, we're just wrecked. Yep, there you go. They got us. GG's. Like, you can just sack all those and we just die. Like, we don't even have to make them go through the motions. Good deck, though. That was a fun idea. I like what they're doing. I like the cut of their jib. Could you try to do Doc Ock Stenola cards? No. Giant Craft Helm? No. Those are both bad cards. Those are super trap cards, and they're bad, bad, bad. I appreciate the suggestion, but that will probably not ever happen. I won't say ever. I mean, if I'm just goofing around and down out of, like, big ideas, then, like, maybe. But it's not. They're not good. I kept this hand because I thought I had the other Donatello. This is actually really bad. This is actually beyond bad. I think I'm just going to level this up because that's probably better. Oh, and Arsenal? Oh, yeah. This is going to be a world of hurt. Yeah, get your damage in. Absolutely. Yep. I mean, we're going to see improvised Arsenal in a lot of stuff. We put it in a lot of decks already ourselves. So, can't blame the opponent for doing it. It's actually really good. Alright. Get to play this. I kind of want to just block with Spyglass Siren. This would have Summoning Sickness, though. I mean, we can turn it into a thing, but it won't do anything here. Yep. In the turn. We have Krang and Donatello hanging out in hand. Fortunately, the opponent does not have Tramplers yet, and that's kind of the big key here. Like, Memory Garden getting the improvised weapon is tough, but we have flyers we can block with, at least for the time being, so it's not the end of the world. Schooner. Schooner. Alright. You're a thing. Let's go Krang. We'd get to draw 2 cards. Though, if we play... Nah, it doesn't really change much, right? We Donatello. I mean... Nah, let's just Krang. I kind of wanted to Donatello, though. But I think we're just going to Krang here. And then this has to get to 9. It's at 2. We can get it to 7, 8, 9 if we want to tap more. I don't think it's worth the risk here, though. Alright. I just want to do this on Krang just to see. Okay, so it does do what I thought. Turns it into a base 2/2 and pumps his power. All right, cool. So we at least know. Like, sometimes you just check stuff out for future reference. Oh, they also have a Krang. All right. Does Donatello have to be used? Oh, it has to be activated as a sorcery even? Why'd y'all do Donnie like that? That sucks. All right. I mean, we've seen plenty of blue-red artifact decks. This is kind of what they're designed to do. I mean, yeah. I guess I block with this guy. There's not really much else to do there. Just like, yeah, we block, you know. What are we doing here? I guess just Donatello? At this point, I guess we just put a counter on somebody. Don't know how much it matters, but we'll do it. Diversion unit, probably not what we're looking to do here. I guess it's a flyer, though. All right. Yeah, I could still station that. I mean, I could have got another couple points out of station the lab, sure. But in reality, we're just losing here. I don't think that extra 2/2 would have changed anything here. We still wouldn't have been full size because we can't afford to tap the rest of the way. 1 mana instigator guy? I don't even know what that is, but you don't really need it, probably. Yeah, we talked about Reliquary in a blue-white version. I really wish there was a button to just tell the opponent, attack with everything, please. Sweet. No blocks. Attack with all of it. No blocks. I'm not blocking a single thing. You can do whatever you want here. Yep, no blocks. Thank you. Surprised Kuro's still playing the blue-red deck here this late in the day. Everybody's played like 52 versions of it. I figured everybody would be spent on that deck already. But hey, to each their own. See you later, Fearless. But yeah, I don't know. There's probably some version. But support anxiety, why am I saying that the Helm's a trap card? Because having to try to build a deck around that makes you play worse cards. That's pretty much the definition of a trap card, right? You have to play worse cards to justify a card. And then when you get into game states where you get the card, it's not going to be good unless you get the ideal scenario. And then when you get the other parts of the ideal scenario and not the actual card you put it in there for, now you have just a bad card waiting for the other mediocre card to show up. That's why you haven't seen any real Giants Helm decks do anything. Now, can you make one that's gimmicky and every once in a while can high roll maybe? Like, yeah, sure. And that's why we'll probably play one eventually on the channel, but it's not anything I'm going to prioritize because I know the ceiling is super low. And honestly, I don't even think the ceiling is a winning percentage deck. It's probably like, the ceiling is probably like 40 to 45%, and that's probably being generous. Are there any tapped dual artifact lands? No, there are not. But honestly, I don't think I'd want to play Donatello just to like copy a land. That feels like that'd be kind of bad. Man, for real, who's even playing Edge Rover? Like, we got the one opponent who's playing Edge Rover and has reach. Like, how sick. Yep. Yeah, no blocks. All right. Not that it matters. We're not copying anything here anyway. Here. Into here. And then just take our beating, I guess. Let them play like Mutagen Man or whatever here. No attacks. Oh yeah, I didn't expect this deck would be gangbusters. We talked about that when we put it together, right? Like, it's going to be a 50-50 deck, and that's what you can expect it to be. What do we got going on, opponent? Sentinel. Sure. Yeah, might as well get in there. All right, so what does Donatello get to copy here, if anything? Or are we just playing Glyph and passing? I mean, it's not great. They could put 2 counters on Synthesis. Oh, they could actually put 4 counters on Sentinel. Copying anything doesn't even feel great with Donatello. These are the situations we knew were going to be tough with Donatello, right? Because even copying something here doesn't feel outstanding. All right, I guess we just pass. All right, let's see what happens here. They have the options for a lot of bonus counters. We might need be like gang blocking a Sentinel and then just hoping we hit something good off the Zoetic Glyphs. That might be the only thing of relevance we can do here. Fortunately, they don't have their tramplers yet. Though maybe they miss on the map. Maybe there's a land on top. I mean, anything's possible, I guess. Oh, nope. Anytime they take damage for their lands, you know you're in for trouble. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Still gonna hope for a land being on top, because otherwise this is ugly, because we have to give up our whole board to stop a Sentinel of the Nameless City. Nope, and it was a Bristlebud farmer. Gosh dang it. And we can't even give our whole board for it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So are we just trying to high roll here? Block, hit something good. Attack, use Donatello to copy something, maybe Schooner? Alright. It's kind of all we got, so we got to go with it. Oh, man. Of all the things we hit. That was as bad as it could have been. I don't even think we can win now. That was terrible. Genuinely. What are we even doing at this point? Attack. Make the other Donatello copy Schooner? I don't even know. I mean, I guess, but we're probably just saving that to block. I mean, yeah, no, I mean, God, this just sucks all the way around. There's nothing good coming from this for us. All right, sure. Yeah, we're just dead in 2 turns, no matter how you look at it. Yeah, opponent gets to block. Like, even if we attack with this, like, yeah, I'm just going to give him the GGs. Like, we got nothing. We're just getting beat up here. Yeah, we played a lot of Noggle Robber in a couple of decks. There's no Donatello bounce loop. It doesn't return anything. I mean, we could attack, but they're just going to block Donatello. So, like, that's the problem. Donatello doesn't fly, doesn't have any evasion. He literally is just a 3/2 on the ground. He doesn't do anything. That was part of our early discussion about Donatello, is that he literally, like, he does this thing once, so you need that to help fuel your rest of the game, because after that, you just have a 3/2 that your opponent's basically always going to block, right? We're going to mulligan this. Alright, this at least feels like it does something. I don't know if it does. But alright. Play this duder. We're going to go double lab ship, I guess. Mikey and Leo. Yep, that makes sense. Lab ship. Lab ship. Might as well get our one in there, and then they will play something and put counters on a thing here, I would imagine. Explore. Okay, that doesn't put counters on a thing. Gives them a lot of mana to do it next turn, though. Means big mutagen man showing up is going to be kind of scary. Alright, let's go here. We're not blocking with that, I don't think. We could use this one to activate the other one, which is kind of funny. Oh, no, we can't because it doesn't have power yet. Yeah, maybe that's all that happens here. We need something big off the top, though. This is not going to be nearly enough to keep us alive. Oh, yeah, you could totally play a Pixie deck, but then you don't need Donatello at all. Like, that's the thing we were saying. There's other things you... Donatello is the weakest Ninja Turtle in this set by a significant margin, it feels like. And I actually like Donatello, but it feels very significant. Like, not even remotely close. Alright, what are we looking to do here? We attack, copy Guardian, replay Guardian, right? Oh no, because we can't bounce the Guardian. Oh my gosh. Yep, that's a problem. I guess we have to attack with the Fugitive Droid. Alright, that's a thing. This at least can have flying. So... can we survive them playing Mutagen Man and a bunch of counter? We really can't. We have to just do this. And then no blockers, so we'll play Donatello. Return this. Copy Guardian. Play you. Go ahead and put one into this so we can have that next turn, maybe. And then we'll just see what happens. I mean, we made about as good a force as we can get here. Alright. Why do I feel like Mutagen Man's incoming? Oh no, they're just aggro attacking here. What do you have that you're totally okay attacking with all this? Gonna give something Death Touch? What does this do? This is just mana of any color to play turtles, ninjas, whatever. Alright. You don't have black-white, so we're not worried about Leo and Shredder. I mean, I don't know. Maybe your giant grow. I don't know. Here, we're just going to do this. I got nothing. Like, pump your team, I guess. Oh, it's turtle power. Got it. All right. That's fair. I almost double blocked Mikey, though. For that very reason. Doesn't really change anything, though, here. All right. All right. My opponent's at 12. We will not be winning this. All right, GG's. We're not even going to bother blocking. They got us. We didn't even have good blocks there anyway. I was going to double block Mikey, but then we still would have taken 8, and we'd have been at like 1, so doesn't really help our scenario out. Which is funny, because they didn't even have to draw a card for Mikey that whole time. But even Mikey draws cards generally every turn. Like, Donatello just doesn't do anything. And I'm trying to think, like, if we go back to the beginning, right, and we want to play white, and we want to play Nesting Bot, Reliquary, that's probably, like, your best bet, right, is if we're using Reliquary to get rid of stuff, so you can maybe keep getting Donatello through. Maybe that's the thing, right? Maybe you're supposed to play Donatello with a bunch of bounce spells or something, and then just keep recopying, I don't know, Schooners and Reliquaries? Like, that doesn't sound great, but maybe that's the only real plan that makes sense. Because I don't really know. I'm sitting here trying to think of, like, other ways you could really use Donatello, but maybe we'll talk about more here at the end. We'll try to play till we get one more win, as long as it doesn't take, like, forever. Alright. This is at least a playable hand. We got Little Donnie. Escape tunnel to go get a swamp. Alright, I'll play this. I don't know if there's anything we're flashing in. Probably not. Alright. Weathermaker. Ooh, that makes mana of any color, and then you can remove charge counters to deal 3 to any targets. That is a bit of relevance. I feel like we want to Spyglass Siren. Go ahead and do this. So we'll have the Siren crew the schooner, attack. A second Donatello. You know what? Sure, let's leave them up there. We're trying to rock those today. And then we'll pick up the droid. And then we'll copy a schooner. And then at least Donatello's scaring the opponent, maybe. It has landfall, so Donatello's probably not long for this world. Let's say that. Yep, I still Explorer. That makes sense. I have another Donatello. I don't know how good that's going to be here, but we have it. We have 4 mana next turn. We're going to be just short of getting Krang down. There's a lot of ways this could go. Also, if we just tried a Zoetic Glyph on something, like, that's reasonable here too. Opponent is at 13. We could kind of force them into blocking. Alright, Donatello's gone, right? No, I guess they figured they could just block Donatello, so it's fine. Glyph on a map. Play droid. I think we're going to crew schooner with droid and schooner with Donatello. And then if they just want to get rid of a schooner or something, like, fine. Like, do what you're gonna do. Getting rid of the flyer, okay. Siren. Do we care about Siren? Maybe. All right, opponent goes to 2. Are we just dead here? The fact that they didn't even want to block anything like a scooter is really bad. I mean, probably bad for us, but likely good for them. I mean, you go search for a lot of land here. Play like an Umbra, or what's her name, Lumra? That would work. Lumra, billion triggers. Hit us for a bunch with the Weathermaker. I mean, they're doing the thing. All right. Spelunking, so you can get another land. Yep. Surprise? Oh, yeah, because you get to play an additional one. Yep. Rutstein lets you replay Duders out of the yard. They're probably looking for another Weathermaker, I'd imagine, though. Because otherwise, we have way more than enough attackers. Another Explorer. All right. So more lands incoming. How many more basics you got? That's what we're about to find out. All right. Another Analyst puts more lands in the yard. Oh, there's one in the forest. I mean, are we still good here? Because they are only at 2. Play Krang. Wow, 3 islands. All right, that's a thing. Mine grew up with the Siren. I guess try to put a counter on Donatello? Well, he's already big enough. I guess Fugitive? I'm just like, what 1-mana thing are they going to play here that matters? I guess we just put on Fugitive. If you kill it, you kill it, I guess. Siren? Sure. I don't know if we're going to get to a point where we need it, but here we go. They opted not to use their lands. I don't know if it means that's their last basic or what the situation is. Nope, it's just game's over. All right, cool. I didn't know what was happening there. All right, let's talk about this Donatello pile that we walked ourselves into. Okay. So we managed to... We at least made Donatello playable. Now, the big one, we only drew it a couple of times. And then one of the games we got it, the game was already over. So we didn't really get to see this in action. But we at least know this one on its face is reasonable. Now, the games were generally better when we got some combination of like Schooner and Glyph. But that could kind of happen even without Donatello. So I would say if we were going to do this again, the best version probably is something where you're removing a bunch of blockers from Donatello's path so that you could keep copying things, right? It's probably like, trying to think what other artifacts you, but like we talked about Reliquary, right? Let me bring that up so people know what we're talking about. Oh, in white, because we're gonna have to add another color. That's the other thing, right? So we have Reliquary. This is reasonable because you don't have to spend the extra artifact or sacrifice the thing when you cast it. If you just copy it, fine, right? So Reliquary is a thing. We could play some number of blue spells that bounce stuff, right? There's several of those. There's 1 blue mana, bounce a thing. So then that allows you to slowly, like, okay, get your creature out of the way, get this creature out of the way. So there's not good blockers for Donatello, then maybe you have time to do these other things. The problem, though, is what do you end up removing, right? Are we no longer doing the Krang, Affinity, whatever thing? Big Donatello probably gets ousted. some number of the lab ship probably gets ousted. Maybe it's diversion unit. I don't know. And then you end up with just some things you could just keep the direction of getting stuff out of the way. But I think that's really where, because as it is, this is playable, surprisingly. I didn't think we were going to win anything, honestly. So the fact that we won any games with this is great, but it's still only about a 50-50 deck, which is what we expected, right? This isn't something you're going to go ladder climbing and go nuts with. It's just, if you want to play Donatello and not lose a bunch of games, this is a thing you can play. But realistically, probably needs to be either black blue or white blue, I think, is probably where you're going to be. And again, mostly because you're playing cards that are clearing the path and just letting Donatello constantly copy things. That's probably your best bet. Don't know if that's true or not. We'll have to test it. Obviously, we'll build more decks, but it's a thing, and we at least got to play Donatello, right? So it wasn't the worst. Link will be on Moxfield, though, if y'all want to experiment with it, try it yourself, try to make it better, whatever. There's definitely a better version. But again, I wouldn't go out of my way to craft these cards unless you already opened some of them, because I think the better version is still white, blue, or black, blue. Don't know exactly what it looks like yet, but I think that's the answer. But either way, like I said, this will be on Moxfield. Feel free to download it. Otherwise, that's all I have for now. We'll see you next time. We didn't walk, we ran and tripped and shoulder rolled across the finish line. Hey, you do what you got to do, man. I still think Donatello is the worst of the new Turtles, but there's probably a world for him, you know? All the parts are there, though, to be honest, right? Where we have Donatello, we have the case of the Filch Falcon, you know, all the things that want to just put counters on artifacts. So big Donatello feels like it has an easier room than small Donatello, but mutagen tokens copy might be a thing. No, there's just better options if you're going to do that. Like Michelangelo's better. Mike and Leo, I think it is, that you draw cards for putting counters on stuff is better. Like, you just be playing Donatello just because. Like, Donatello to copy a mutagen token, like, you don't want to do that. Those decks are mostly creatures. So, other than just, like, copying a random artifact, that's pretty weak. That's not a good use of Donatello, actually. You'd feel bad doing that more often than not. Will Azorius Artifacts Control be a new thing? Azorius Control is a thing. Azorius Artifacts has been a thing. You could play both of them. I don't know why the control would have to be artifacts, but you could play Azorius Control, and you can definitely play Azorius Artifacts, and those are both real. Donatello and Pinnacle Emissary. Again, you don't need it. Like, go look at all those red-blue decks with artifacts. They're just playing way more and going wider. You don't have to waste a turn on Donatello. Like, could you? Sure. But is it making the deck significantly better? Probably not. I mean, again, like, you could play the Pinnacle Emissary, attack with something else small, assuming you have the mana on turn 3 or whatever, right? And then you scoop a thing, play Donatello, copy an Emissary, but, like, your board was probably already token creature, robots, Emissary, and you could just play some other artifacts that turn, get other tokens anyway, and then just play the Emissary the hot following turn and do your thing, right? So, like, you can do it. Is it significantly better? I don't know. And it's also not an artifact, so then that gums up the works for other stuff in the deck. Normal hip to a new release, I was going to find the spoiler video. Fair enough. There's a lot in that spoiler video. Also, if you want to go through the channel, we did review a lot of stuff, talk about a lot of the rares and things. We had, I don't know, call it a spoiler, a preview video whenever they did the launch 2 weeks ago. No. Yeah, a week ago Monday. So, yeah, maybe. There's some stuff out there if you want to watch it. But all right, dudes, theys, friends, ladies and gentlemen, we are bringing this to a close. It is now getting late. We are on hour 5 of the late stream, and we did 3+ earlier, so we're already 8+ hours in, almost 8.5. But hey, we got to work on an experiment, and the experiment at least worked. So there's that, right? We at least have that looking up. We got to play Donatello, so that's something. We can't be too upset about it. But yeah, I appreciate everybody. If you haven't done the like, subscribe, follow, all that good stuff wherever you're watching. If you want to get a lot of new Turtle content, we have a bunch coming. Tomorrow, The overrated, underrated videos are going up. Our top 10 for me and Dev. Friday, we have a single card strategy video with Shredder going up. On the following Monday, we have our 2 videos for cards you should craft or don't craft. Things that are overperforming, underperforming. I'm basically going to spend the next few days watching a bunch of people's footage from their streams, going to local stores and talking about what cards are moving and whatever, and having discussions. And then we make the video over the weekend so that y'all can have it the day before the set goes live on Arena. So that's a thing if you want those. If you want all that, follow me on YouTube. Hit all the things that make the dings. Remember to hit the notification bell so you get that stuff when it goes live. And when we're streaming, you'll get notified. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you haven't used your free Twitch Prime sub, I'd appreciate it if you gave it to me. But even if you don't give it to me, give it to somebody. Don't let Bezos keep it in his pocket. It's free money you have to give away. Go give it to somebody. But all right, y'all, I think that's it. We're going to wrap it up. Had a blast. It was fun. We learned some things. We had a bunch of laughs literally at the silly Donatello deck. But yeah, keep an eye on the channel. There's going to be a lot of cool videos coming. I appreciate y'all. Remember to be awesome and be awesome to each other. And I really mean that last part.